Chapter 1285. As Zhao Feng's energy soared into the sky, everyone shut their mouths and stared at him. This is the energy of an ancient god's divine stage. How could this be? How could Zhao Feng be an ancient god expert? After a few moments of silence, the crowd exploded with shocked and doubtful voices. At this moment, Zhao Feng's transformation into an ancient god expert was even more shocking than ancient god Gilded Gold's sudden appearance. After all, ancient god Gilded Gold had long ago been a rank 6 true god, so breaking into the ancient god level wasn't all that strange. But Zhao Feng was different. 1 year ago, he had only just broken into rank 6. They had never heard of anyone going from rank 6 to rank 7 in a single year. This was simply inconceivable. Rank 7 ancient god. My eyes must be deceiving me. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race all stood up. At this moment, they seemed to see a sliver of hope. At this moment, they had no time to think about how Zhao Feng had become an ancient god. They only hoped that Zhao Feng could salvage the spiritual race's embarrassing situation. Now that Zhao Feng has displayed the strength of an ancient god Gilded Gold will definitely choose to rest. Then, Zhao Feng can challenge him. The fourth elder began to calculate. As long as Zhao Feng could defeat 3 true gods, the spiritual race would not have such an ugly end to this gambling match. He's actually a rank 7 ancient god? Impossible. Ancient god Ice Origin shook his head, unable to believe his eyes. That brat is actually an ancient god. How did he do it? The Blazing Gold Race's Elder Jean had a gloomy expression. At this moment, he was no longer thinking about the outcome of the gambling match. Instead, he was thinking about how Zhao Feng had managed to cultivate to rank 7 ancient god and how terrifying Zhao Feng's future would be. This brat must be eliminated. After a long while, Elder Jin's expression suddenly darkened. He once more recalled that the ancient god the Blazing Gold Race had sent to kill Zhao Feng was probably dead and could no longer return to the Blazing Gold Race. Interesting. On the stage, ancient god Gilded Gold stared at Zhao Feng with great interest. Zhao Feng, if you can defeat 3 of them, the spirit tribe will give you 150,000 contribution points. The fourth elder sent a voice transmission to Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng might have just become an ancient god and was far weaker than the 2 ancient gods of the Blazing Gold Race. Give me 500,000 contribution points, and I'll defeat all of them. How about it? At this moment, Zhao Feng suddenly said in front of everyone. What? All the members of the spirit race were dumbfounded and stood rooted to the spot. Everyone was praying that Zhao Feng could defeat the 3 of them. But Zhao Feng actually said that he wanted to defeat all of them, including the 2 ancient god experts. The other factions, including the Blazing Gold Race, also had stunned expressions of disbelief. Ignorant, how laughable! Ancient god Ice Origin coldly snorted, but his mind felt like it had been overturned, and he didn't know what to feel. He was originally the spiritual race's trump card, its only hope. But now, Zhao Feng was the spiritual race's hope, its last hope. He's crazy. Even if he's an ancient god, can he really fight 1 against 7? The spectators couldn't help but shake their heads and jeer. In their view, Zhao Feng was simply overestimating his abilities. Zhao Feng, don't be in such a rush. As long as you can defeat 3. The fourth elder messaged, at the same time advising Zhao Feng to proceed with caution. Zhao Feng's expression darkened and his brow creased. For him to say something like this, he definitely had some confidence in himself. Okay, I agree, but you still have to defeat 3 first. The fourth elder saw the look on Zhao Feng's face and casually agreed, continuing his persuasion. Okay, then let's begin. Zhao Feng called out as he stepped onto the stage, disinclined to listen to the chatter of the upper echelon members of the spiritual race. I'll rest for a while. I'd like to see just how you'll defeat 7 disciples of the Blazing Gold Race. Ancient God, gilded gold, coldly snorted and then left the stage. He dearly wanted to teach this arrogant personal lesson, but he knew that in his current state he was doomed to lose against an ancient god. Since you've gone down, it's up to me to choose. Zhao Feng's gaze immediately swept over the 7 members of the blazing gold race. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race were all extremely excited. With Zhao Feng's ancient god cultivation, he could easily defeat a rank 6 true god. It's you, ancient god Gold Fury. Zhao Feng indifferently glanced at ancient god Gold Fury. Ancient god Gold Fury. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race were all dumbfounded, speechless for a long time. What? Ancient god Gold Fury? Ancient god Gilded Gold, who had just flown down, almost fell to the ground. This kid truly doesn't know what's good for him. It seems like I won't get another chance to fight. Ancient god Gilded Gold growled. For someone who had just broken into the ancient god level to challenge one of the ancient gods, wasn't that just seeking death? The spectators were also in an uproar. Everyone believed that Zhao Feng would start with a true god, but he chose to challenge ancient god Gold Fury. He was simply going to shock everyone to death with his words. Haha, I didn't think that I would go onto the stage like this. Ancient god Gold Fury heartily laughed as he stepped onto the stage. From the start of the gambling match until now, he had been a spectator, and he was rather envious of ancient god Gilded Gold. Now he could finally show off. Relax. You'll be going down very quickly. Zhao Feng's expression suddenly turned cold. Swish! Activating his sacred lightning body, Zhao Feng transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot toward ancient god Gold Fury. Haha! Ignorant people always end up in a wretched state. Ancient god Gold Fury faintly smiled as he activated his golden light, sacred body. His body was instantly covered in a layer of golden flame, and surging golden flames began to burn. 5 elements tribulation lightning domain. Water, lightning, sacred palm. Zhao Feng unleashed his tribulation lightning domain to suppress ancient god Gold Fury in all aspects. At the same time, he sent out a palm of blue lightning. The 5 elements tribulation lightning domain was strengthened by this palm of light, and it shot toward ancient god Gold Fury. Ancient god Gold Fury's expression darkened. Zhao Feng was much stronger than he had imagined. Celestial Flame Fist. Ancient god Gold Fury fused his divine power and physical strength into a fist. Boom! Bang! The two clashed, and ancient god Gold Fury's attack was the first to shatter. So strong! Ancient god Gold Fury's expression turned grave. If Zhao Feng was weaker than him, even if water countered fire, he wouldn't have been able to put on such a strong display. He finally realized that he had still underestimated Zhao Feng's strength. Oh no! Ancient god Gold Fury suddenly sensed danger coming from behind him. While ancient god Gold Fury was startled, Zhao Feng had used space intent to blink behind him and launch a fierce attack. Kaboom! Ancient god Gold Fury pushed his bloodline and body to the limit, activating his defensive secret skill to meet the water lightning palm. Thump thump! Ancient god Gold Fury couldn't help but take 2 steps back and take the blow. But before he could recover, Zhao Feng had already blinked to the other side and launched another thunderous attack. By relying on space intent, Zhao Feng had the advantage in speed, allowing him to seize the initiative in this battle. Ancient god Gold Fury can't do anything to him. He's skilled in both 5 elements intent and space intent. This kid has extraordinary comprehension abilities. The spectators couldn't help but sigh in amazement. They had all underestimated Zhao Feng's strength. How could this be? He actually managed to suppress ancient god Gold Fury. Ancient god Ice Origin was stunned. Earlier, everyone believed that Zhao Feng was reckless enough to challenge ancient god Gold Fury. But now, ancient god Gold Fury was being suppressed by Zhao Feng. Good. The upper echelon members of the spiritual race couldn't help but call out in alarm. From the current situation, Zhao Feng was completely confident that he could defeat ancient god Gold Fury. Now he just needed to defeat 2 more true gods. On the stage, ancient god Gold Fury was firmly suppressed. Don't get too arrogant. Ancient god Gold Fury suddenly roared, his body seething with golden flames as a formidable physical energy fiercely clashed with Zhao Feng's 5 elements tribulation lightning domain. At the same time, a massive black hammer appeared in ancient god Gold Fury's hand. Kaboom! The hammer suddenly erupted with black flames that twisted together with ancient god Gold Fury's golden flames. 7 moves of the Flame Devil, ancient god Gold Fury activated the high-quality divine weapon in his hand and began to swing it around. Terrifying black gold flames slowly superimposed over each other, creating a storm of black gold flames. In a flash, Zhao Feng's 5 elements tribulation lightning domain was almost destroyed. Forbidden illusion lost world. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on the center of the black gold flame storm, and his eye intent began to pulse. A dreamy mist emerged from Zhao Feng's left eye. In the center of the storm, ancient god Gold Fury couldn't help but stare at Zhao Feng's left eye, his skills in disarray. Now's the time. Zhao Feng seized this chance to fuse the 5 elements tribulation lightning domain into his palm, and after fusing it with divine power, he thrust it forward. The angle of this palm was extremely crafty, striking the weakest point of the black gold flame storm. Boom! Bang! Ancient god Gold Fury's body was sent flying several dozen feet. After striking ancient god Gold Fury, Zhao Feng didn't stop to rest, unleashing several more palm images. What a powerful eye bloodline technique! The pain allowed ancient god Gold Fury to break free from Zhao Feng's illusion art. He immediately got up and fearfully looked at Zhao Feng. He was wearing a soul-protecting divine artifact, but he was still confused by Zhao Feng's illusion art. Fortunately, his physical defense was extremely formidable, so his injuries weren't too severe. Flame Devil Heaven destroying style. In the face of Zhao Feng's attack, ancient god Gold Fury focused his mind and used a powerful combat skill, unleashing a hammer of black gold flame. This is Space Intent. Ancient god Gold Fury suddenly realized that his body was exuding a weak space intent. Tribulation Lightning Eye Slash. Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly exploded with the energy of destructive tribulation lightning. At the same time, a massive blade of lightning slashed out of ancient god Gold Fury's body, spraying the ground with scorching golden blood. Spatial Eye Bloodline Technique. Ancient god Gold Fury grimaced. He had been on guard this entire time against Zhao Feng's illusion eye bloodline techniques, but he hadn't expected for Zhao Feng to also be able to use spatial eye bloodline techniques. Swish! Zhao Feng suddenly appeared at ancient god Gold Fury's side and unleashed one thunderous attack after another. The massive wound on ancient god Gold Fury's body didn't even have time to heal before he was heavily injured once more. Plush! Ancient god Gold Fury vomited several mouthfuls of blood, his fighting power plummeting. He was no longer able to fight back against Zhao Feng's attacks. Bang! Ancient god Gold Fury was blasted off the stage. Ancient god of the blazing gold race is only SOSO. I alone can sweep away the rest of you. Zhao Feng leisurely held his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his face as he scanned the remaining blazing gold race disciples. These were the same words that ancient god Gilded Gold used to defeat ancient god Ice Origin. Now, Zhao Feng had returned them to the blazing gold race. Chapter 1286. Ancient gods of the blazing gold race are only SOSO. I alone can sweep through the rest of you. Zhao Feng leisurely placed his hands behind his back, a playful smile on his face as he scanned the remaining blazing gold race disciples. The resting ancient god, Gilded Gold's face darkened, his eyes flashing with cold light. He had said these words to the spiritual race disciples when he defeated ancient god Ice Origin, and now Zhao Feng was returning them to the blazing gold race. Victory! He defeated ancient god Gold Fury. The disciples of the spirit race cheered. Even if they weren't familiar with Zhao Feng was a disciple of the spirit race. Defeating an enemy was an honor for the spirit race. Zhao Feng might be able to salvage the situation and give the spirit race a share of the heaven crystal fire spirit vein. Moreover, the fourth elder had already said that as long as the spirit race could obtain 10% of the crystal fire spirit vein, all the participating disciples of the spirit race would receive 10,000 contribution points. Therefore, they desperately hoped that Zhao Feng could continue to win. He actually won. Ancient god Ice Origin was stunned, his face dejected and tinged with jealousy. The fact that Zhao Feng could defeat ancient god Gold Fury meant that Zhao Feng's strength was on par with his. What powerful strength! He doesn't look like someone who has just broken through to the ancient god realm. The fourth elder murmured in his heart. Suddenly, the fourth elder recalled that Zhao Feng had rejected the third elder's invitation to become his disciple. Could it be that he already has a master? The fourth elder suddenly had this thought. Only this could explain why Zhao Feng had refused to accept a half-step god lord as a disciple. Only this could explain how Zhao Feng could break through to the ancient god realm so quickly and still be so powerful. Furthermore, Zhao Feng had snuck out of the spirit race after attempting to ascend to the heavenly divine realm. He must have gone to meet his mysterious master, and with his master's help he broke through to the ancient god realm and consolidated his cultivation. The more he thought about it, the more certain the fourth elder became. The blazing gold race was much quieter than the other places. How is this possible? Ancient god Gold Fury was defeated. The blazing gold race disciples were still in a state of shock. The upper echelon members of the blazing gold race all had grim expressions. The blazing gold race should have been triumphantly advancing and trampling the spiritual race underfoot. But halfway through, Zhao Feng had appeared and even defeated ancient god Gold Fury. Even if the blazing gold race won in the end, the effect of suppressing the spiritual race would be greatly reduced. This kid can't be left alive. An undetectable killing intent was hidden in the depths of Elder Jin's eyes. Ancient god Gold Fury has already been defeated. Who's next? Zhao Feng had a relaxed and indifferent expression as he scanned the blazing gold race. Brett, don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that I'm heavily injured and consumed a lot of energy, you would have been defeated by me long ago. Ancient god Gilded Gold roared. So you don't dare to fight now? Zhao Feng said with a playful smile. You, ancient god Gilded Gold's body trembled in anger. But at this moment he really couldn't go up. Even if he had a trump card, there was a high chance that he would lose to Zhao Feng. Ancient god Gilded Gold needs time to recover from his injuries. All of you go up first and try to buy as much time as possible while also exhausting his energy. The upper echelon of the blazing gold race messaged the remaining disciples. Zhao Feng had defeated ancient god Gold Fury, but the blazing gold race still had 6 people left. Defeating ancient god Gold Fury should have consumed a lot of energy. We'll delay him so that ancient god Gilded Gold has enough time to recover. The other disciples of the blazing gold race all agreed. If you want to rest, I'll grant your wish. Have the true gods of the blazing gold race go first. Zhao Feng faintly smiled. Even if he challenged ancient god Gilded Gold, the other party would refuse. Moreover, if he defeated ancient god Gilded Gold and caused the blazing gold race to concede, he would have no way of earning contribution points. Thus, before dealing with ancient god gilded gold, he needed to finish off all these small fries. Have the strongest true god go first. Elder Jin's words resounded in the minds of the 5 true gods. The blazing gold race had already lost 4 matches. If they lost 2 more, the spiritual race would be able to get 10% of the heaven crystal fire spirit vein. Thus, having the stronger true gods go first would buy ancient god gilded gold a little more time. The true god disciples glanced at each other, and then a black-clothed youth stepped forward. Whoosh! He jumped onto the stage and solemnly stared at Zhao Feng. The instant the black-clothed youth jumped onto the stage, Zhao Feng's figure flashed as he approached. Boom! The black-clothed youth activated his bloodline, used his secret defensive skill, and gripped his divine artifact to defend himself. His mission was to buy time for ancient god gilded gold and consume Zhao Feng's strength. But how could Zhao Feng let the blazing gold race do as they wished? If the battle dragged on for too long, ancient god gilded gold would quickly recover, and Zhao Feng would have no chance to deal with the others. Secondly, Zhao Feng had just battled with ancient god Gold Fury, and now had many true gods to deal with. Ancient god gilded gold truly did need to conserve his strength. Since this was the case, Zhao Feng could only use a special method to quickly finish off his opponent. Bzzz. Zhao Feng's dreamy silver eye slowly began to turn, shooting out dazzling and beautiful beams of multicolored light. Not good. An eye bloodline technique. The black-clothed youth immediately focused his mind. He had to be wary of Zhao Feng's illusion eye bloodline technique as well as spatial eye bloodline techniques. But with his rank 6 true god soul intent, even if he was on guard, it would be useless. Moreover, when Zhao Feng broke into the true god level, his god eye had undergone a major transformation. His left eye had now reached the quasi-god eye level. Boom! A dreamy mist began to slowly engulf the black-clothed youth. This dreamy mist quickly transformed into streams of twinkling starlight, dazzling arcs of lightning flowing through them. Water lightning illusion prison. With the eye bloodline technique successfully used, Zhao Feng's left eye stopped turning. The water lightning illusion prison was a new eye bloodline technique that Zhao Feng had developed. It fused illusion intent with water intent, imbuing it with both physical and soul energy. Its main purpose was to imprison and make it impossible for the opponent to escape. The black-clothed youth was trapped in an illusory cage of blue lightning. His expression was chaotic as he struggled, but he was unable to escape. Swish! Zhao Feng blinked to his side, converted his 5 elements divine power into water divine power, and then thrust his palm forward. When the palm light with the water power Upanishad hit the water lightning fantasy prison, it immediately merged with the power of the water lightning fantasy prison. With a more powerful momentum, it pressed on the black-clothed young man. Boom! Bang! Crash! The black-clothed youth had no time to defend, and his body flew backward, smashing into the ground 1,000 feet away and vomiting blood. All the members of the blazing gold race had gloomy expressions, and even the participating disciples were rather alarmed. Just what kind of eye is that? It's so powerful. And his attainments in eye bloodline techniques are also extremely profound. The members of the blazing gold race began to discuss how to deal with this situation. The black-clothed youth had been defeated too quickly and hadn't managed to buy much time, so they still needed to send more people. Good, another victory. The members of the spiritual race cheered. Zhao Feng had already defeated 2 people. If he defeated 1 more, the spiritual race would get 10% of the mine, and all the participants would get 10,000 contribution points. But now, the members of the spiritual race could clearly see Zhao Feng's strength. Perhaps the spiritual race wouldn't just get 10%, but even more. This aura, quasi-god eye, the aura of a god eye. The few people with the eye of life on the life-sacred lands spectating platform turned grim. This is impossible. All eye bloodlines in the world originate from the 8 great god eyes. But his eye doesn't seem to belong to any of the 8 great god eyes. And what's with this god eye aura? The wrinkled elder of the life, sacred land couldn't help but think. At this moment, the fiery woman of the blazing gold race stepped onto the stage. However, the interesting thing was that this woman had 3 soul defensive artifacts on her. I said before that I alone can sweep away all the members of the blazing gold race. No matter what, you will lose. Zhao Feng's eyes focused on the fiery woman. The members of the spiritual race were startled. At the start, they had all believed that Zhao Feng was mocking the blazing gold race. But now, it seemed that Zhao Feng truly did have this intention. Who doesn't know how to talk big? The fiery woman had a rather irascible temper, and she had come prepared, wearing 3 soul-protecting divine artifacts. Swish! Zhao Feng wasted no more words. Blinking forward, a vast wave of divine power crushing down on her. The fiery woman immediately used all her techniques to carefully contend with Zhao Feng. 5 elements, tribulation, lightning palm. Zhao Feng unleashed a fierce barrage of attacks. So strong. If he doesn't use eye bloodline techniques, I won't be able to last long. The fiery woman had a bitter expression. Zhao Feng's attacks contained wind, lightning intent, 5 elements intent, and even space intent from time to time, making it impossible for the fiery woman to block. After 10 moves, she was sent flying by Zhao Feng. 3 matches. He's already won 3 matches. The members of the spiritual race were all extremely excited. All the members of the blazing gold race had gloomy expressions. They could only helplessly send more true god disciples to buy more time for ancient god gilded gold. However, these disciples were even weaker than the previous 2 and simply couldn't contend with Zhao Feng. If they weren't wearing so many soul-protecting divine artifacts, they would have been instantly killed by Zhao Feng. In the end, all the true god disciples of the blazing gold race were defeated, and Zhao Feng had already won 6 matches in a row. Everyone around the stage was somewhat dazed. No one had expected the gambling match to turn out like this. The blazing gold race's ancient god, gilded gold, had appeared and fought 7 members of the spiritual race. Soon after, the spiritual race's Zhao Feng displayed his true cultivation and defeated 6 members of the spiritual race. Truly unbelievable. To think that Zhao Feng would have such strength. He defeated 6 people in a row. The spiritual race can now get 40% of the Heaven Crystal Fire Spirit Vein. The members of the spiritual race were extremely excited. Zhao Feng had single-handedly saved the spiritual race from its miserable defeat. Even if Zhao Feng lost, no one would say a word about it. Thump! Ancient god Gilded Gold had already stepped onto the stage, his expression ruthless and his eyes vicious. Zhao Feng, I'll crush you beneath my feet. Ancient god Gilded Gold roared. Originally, he was supposed to be the most dazzling individual in this gambling match, trampling the spiritual race underfoot and winning glory for the blazing gold race. But Zhao Feng had ruined all of this. In order to buy time for ancient god Gilded Gold to recover, the blazing gold race had been forced to constantly send out true god disciples. They had never imagined that Zhao Feng would be so formidable that he could defeat all of them with lightning-fast speed. Now that things had come to this, the blazing gold race's frustration was pointless. Fortunately, ancient god Gilded Gold had mostly recovered. The members of the blazing gold race were confident that ancient god Gilded Gold would win this final battle. The blazing gold race was certain to win this gambling match. Chapter 1287. This is the last match of the gambling match between the 2 races. I wonder who will be the one sweeping through the other race. Ancient god Gilded Gold and Zhao Feng had both said that they would sweep through everyone else on the other side by themselves. In the end, the 2 of them collided. In the end, only one of them could prove their words. Zhao Feng fought 6 battles in a row without any time to rest, while ancient god Gilded Gold's injuries have mostly healed. The difference between the two is extremely obvious. Moreover, I didn't see Zhao Feng take out a divine artifact in the previous battles. He definitely doesn't have a divine artifact to use, while ancient god Gilded Gold has a high-quality divine artifact. The spectators couldn't help but speculate as the final match was about to begin. However, no one was optimistic about Zhao Feng's chances, and this was for many reasons. Zhao Feng, don't feel any pressure. The spiritual race, 4th Elder, hurriedly messaged Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng had fought 6 battles in a row without any rest, so he was certain to lose this final match. But the spiritual race no longer cared about this. After all, the spiritual race might have been completely defeated by the blazing gold race earlier, unable to get even 10% of the heaven crystal fire spirit vein. But Zhao Feng had reversed the tides and obtained 40% of the heaven crystal fire spirit vein for the spiritual race. Elder, don't forget about the 500,000 contribution points you promised me. Zhao Feng sternly said, 500,000 contribution points. The 4th Elder suddenly recalled how he had casually promised Zhao Feng that as long as he swept through the blazing gold race, he would give him 500,000 contribution points. Of course, the 4th Elder had only casually promised to calm Zhao Feng down. Could it be that he's confident? The 4th Elder was dumbfounded. If Zhao Feng wasn't confident, why would he mention this to him before the 4th match? The 4th Elder's heart began to thump. When ancient god Gilded Gold first appeared, he had no hope that the spiritual race could win. He only hoped that they wouldn't lose too badly. But now, could the spiritual race win? For some reason, the 4th Elder began to look forward to it. The other spiritual race disciples also had excited looks on their faces. Only ancient god Ice Origin stood to the side in a daze. This gambling battle between the two races was simply the most painful and torturous moment of his life. Boom! On the fighting platform, Zhao Feng and ancient god Gilded Gold had already begun their fight. Ancient god Gilded Gold gripped his dark yellow giant axe, and his body was enveloped in golden flames. His attacks were bold and powerful as he pressed toward Zhao Feng. As for Zhao Feng, he used his advantage in speed to dodge and attack the weak points of ancient god Gilded Gold's defense. Ancient god Gilded Gold relied on his high-quality divine weapon to unleash powerful attacks, but he found it very difficult to injure Zhao Feng. Furthermore, his physique and defense were very strong, so it was very difficult for Zhao Feng's attacks to cause much damage to him. Although Zhao Feng had killed a rank 7 ancient god before, Zhao Feng was still a rank 7 ancient god. But that was because of the absolute defense of the space-time robe and the help of the Black Destruction, Serpent Dragon. In this place, Zhao Feng could not use the space-time robe, so he could not let ancient god Gilded Gold approach him. Do you only know how to dodge? Ancient god Gilded Gold jeered. He had fought 6 battles in a row without any rest. What right did Zhao Feng have to fight him? Moreover, ancient god Gilded Gold had come prepared this time. Heaven-shattering slash. Ancient god Gilded Gold gathered up his energy and prepared to use a powerful combat skill. Now's the time. Ancient god Gilded Gold's eyes exploded with light. Just as Zhao Feng was about to use instant movement, he took out an 8 trigrams crystal plate. Activating the 8 trigrams crystal plate, a strange spatial energy began to spread out and overlap with the surrounding space. A space-sealing divine artifact. Zhao Feng's brow creased, and then he unfurled a pair of golden wings on his back and flew backward. The blazing gold race had entrusted everything to ancient god Gilded Gold, so they had definitely analyzed Zhao Feng's fighting style and thought of a way to counter it. For example, the black ring on ancient god Gilded Gold's hand was a high-quality divine artifact protecting the soul. Besides this, the the blazing gold race would naturally counter Zhao Feng's space intent. Kaboom! Ancient god Gilded Gold unleashed an illusory axe of golden flames, but Zhao Feng was able to dodge it. You're very smart to actually be on guard. Ancient god Gilded Gold's sudden use of a space-sealing divine artifact didn't produce any surprising results, but he didn't care. In his view, Zhao Feng, who had fought 6 battles in a row, was doomed to lose. The things the blazing gold race had prepared for him were completely unnecessary. That was close. The spiritual race disciples broke out in cold sweat on Zhao Feng's behalf. Ancient god Gilded Gold has too many divine artifacts, and Zhao Feng, an upper echelon elder, sorrowfully sighed. If they had known this would happen, they would have prepared some divine artifacts for Zhao Feng as well. If Zhao Feng had a high-quality offensive divine artifact, the outcome might not have been so certain. The spiritual race disciples felt indignant for Zhao Feng. A suitable high-quality offensive divine artifact could increase the power of an ancient god's attack by 40%. The difference between having a divine artifact and not having a divine artifact was enormous. But for Zhao Feng to be able to fight with ancient god Gilded Gold to this level without a divine artifact was truly astonishing. On the other side, the upper echelon members of the blazing gold race all appeared confident of victory. Swish! Swish! Zhao Feng used the metal lightning radiance wings, transforming into a streak of golden light that flew across the stage. 5 elements: tribulation, lightning palm, wind, lightning, eye flame. Zhao Feng found a gap and used both a combat skill and an eye bloodline technique at the same time. Boom! Bang! Ancient god Gilded Gold swung his dark yellow axe, unleashing a wave of golden flames that pulverized Zhao Feng's 5-colored lightning palm. Hiss! Ancient god Gilded Gold felt pain in his soul and hissed. After a few moments of hesitation, he began to attack Zhao Feng. I understand. A sharp light flashed through Zhao Feng's eyes. Just now, he noticed that when he used his soul eye bloodline technique on ancient god Gilded Gold, the power of the ring on ancient god Gilded Gold's finger had not reached the level of a high-quality divine artifact. This was definitely because this high-quality divine artifact had been temporarily lent to ancient god Gilded Gold by the upper echelon members of the blazing gold race. How could it be that easy to refine a high-grade god artifact? Without completely refining it, ancient god Gilded Gold would not be able to use its full power. Thus, Zhao Feng's soul eye bloodline technique was still very effective. Water lightning illusion prison. Zhao Feng's dreamy silver eye slowly began to turn, shooting out dazzling and beautiful beams of multicolored light. Boom! A dreamy mist slowly engulfed ancient god Gilded Gold's surroundings. The dreamy mist quickly transformed into an illusory blue prison of water, trapping him within. The moment he unleashed his eye bloodline technique, Zhao Feng unleashed a furious barrage of attacks, unleashing one palm of blue lightning after another. Kakrak! Sensing that danger was approaching, ancient god Gilded Gold used his secret defensive skill. A golden ring of light immediately appeared around his body. There were golden flame patterns on the ring of light. At the same time, ancient god Gilded Gold placed the high-quality divine artifact against the wall. Boom! Bang! Crash! Ancient god Gilded Gold was pushed back some distance before finally coming to a stop. I didn't think that after 6 battles, you would still be able to display this level of strength. Ancient god Gilded Gold was rather surprised. His expression suddenly turned cold and harsh, and a somber aura began to spread out. Going to use his full power? Zhao Feng muttered. He had become an ancient god in a single step. This was already proof that Zhao Feng had far more resources and potential than an ordinary person. Although he had consumed some energy in the previous battle, it hadn't been very much. Heaven-shaking giant axe slash. Ancient god Gilded Gold, roared, the image of an enormous axe appearing on the stone axe in his hand. With a single strike, a gigantic golden flame light slash shot out horizontally. This attack covered almost half the stage, making it impossible for Zhao Feng to dodge. Haha! Ancient God Gilded Gold is finally getting serious. Since that's the case, Zhao Feng's loss is assured. The upper echelon members of the Blazing Gold race gave sinister smiles. The spectators around the stage also sensed that the battle was about to come to an end. The massive slash of golden flame was about to strike Zhao Feng. God Eye disintegration. Zhao Feng secretly activated his God Eye and locked onto a certain spot in front of him. A dreamy mist shot out of his left eye. Suddenly, a gap appeared on the massive slash of golden flame. Dish! The massive attack rumbled through the gap, and Zhao Feng happened to be right in front of it, completely unscathed. What sort of eye bloodline technique is this? Ancient God Gilded Gold had sensed that Zhao Feng had used an eye bloodline technique, but he couldn't tell why. Tribulation Lightning Eye slash. Zhao Feng immediately used an eye bloodline technique. Whoosh! A blade of white lightning slashed out of Ancient God Gilded Gold's body. You're seeking death. Ancient God Gilded Gold's face was twisted with rage. He realized that although Zhao Feng had avoided a fatal wound by using an eye bloodline technique, he was still rather injured. Bzzz. A dazzling golden light suddenly surged out of Ancient God Gilded Gold's body, and an intent energy that could destroy all began to spread out. Destruction intent. Watch out. The spiritual race members called out in alarm. On the other side, the Blazing Gold race members gave smug smiles. It's about to end. Everyone else had expressions on their faces that said this outcome was within their expectations. Ancient God Gilded Gold had a high-quality divine artifact, and with this powerful destruction intent, Zhao Feng's defeat was assured. But Zhao Feng wasn't very panicked. On the contrary, he was rather excited. I wanted you to use this energy. Zhao Feng gave a crafty smile. God Eye. Duplication. Zhao Feng's left eye focused on Ancient God Gilded Gold's destruction energy, and a powerful eye intent surged out. Zhao Feng quickly succeeded in duplicating the energy. At the same time, a Tribulation Lightning eye bloodline technique began to gather in his left eye. Die, Zhao Feng! Ancient God Gilded Gold roared, his arms fiercely swinging his giant axe as he prepared to use this blow to decide the outcome. Kaboom! The ancient stone axe in his hand emitted a destructive force that could shake the heavens and earth. God Eye duplication. Tribulation Lightning eye flame. But at this moment, Zhao Feng's powerful eye bloodline technique was unleashed ahead of time. He had fused the destruction energy he had duplicated from Ancient God Gilded Gold with his Tribulation Lightning eye flame. This Tribulation Lightning eye flame was unprecedentedly powerful. Boom! Hiss! A dazzling lightning flame suddenly descended on Ancient God Gilded Gold's head. Even before this dreadful soul destruction energy had descended, Ancient God Gilded Gold's heart thumped in fear. Ancient God Gilded Gold hurriedly activated the defensive soul divine artifact on his finger. Bzzz. A dark ripple of light engulfed his soul body. At almost the same moment, Kakrak, the strengthened Tribulation Lightning eye flame, fused with the God Eye duplication, exploded with forbidden destruction energy. The dark ripple of light instantly dimmed and shattered. Chapter 1288. What happened? What happened to Ancient God Gilded Gold? Ancient God Gilded Gold, who had been preparing to unleash a supreme attack on Zhao Feng to defeat him, instantly lost his momentum. At the same time, a soul-destroying energy descended on Ancient God Gilded Gold's head. The moment they felt this power, everyone's hearts and souls trembled. Boom! A ball of dazzling lightning flame instantly destroyed the dark barrier around Ancient God gilded gold soul body. After all, this high-quality, soul-protecting divine artifact had not been completely refined by ancient god gilded gold, so its defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. Meanwhile, ancient god gilded gold's screams of pain echoed for tens of thousands of li. His face contorted as he curled up on the ground, struggling nonstop. The spectators shuddered in fear. They could all sense the power of the soul lightning, and the defensive soul art protecting ancient god gilded gold was instantly blasted apart. It was hard to imagine just how much damage ancient god gilded gold was enduring. As ancient god gilded gold's screams grew weaker and weaker, everyone sensed that ancient god gilded gold soul energy was getting weaker and weaker, on the verge of disappearing. Suddenly, ancient god gilded gold stopped struggling and lay on the ground. Although his aura was weak, he was not dead. After a moment of silence, the entire venue erupted. Ancient god gilded gold lost. What happened just now? This development and result made everyone extremely surprised. Many people didn't even understand how ancient god gilded gold had lost. He actually won. Oh my god, Zhao Feng actually won. The people of the spirit race were stunned for a moment before they cried out in alarm. They felt like they were in a dream. From the beginning, where they were bound to lose, they gradually gained the upper hand, and finally, they reversed the situation. Even the upper echelons of the spirit tribe stiffened. They were so excited that they didn't know what to say. On the other hand, all the members of the blazing gold race had extremely gloomy expressions, and a scorching physical energy soared into the sky. They all believed that once ancient god gilded gold used his trump card, Zhao Feng's defeat would be assured. However, he did not expect such a huge change to occur at such a crucial moment. Ancient god gilded gold was instantly defeated. They even suspected that they were hallucinating. No one could accept this result. Junior, you actually tried to kill him? Even if such a powerful soul attack didn't kill ancient god gilded gold, it would have inflicted irreparable damage to his soul. Elder Jean of the blazing gold race roared, and a searing heat began to spread across the stage. In an instant, Zhao Feng felt as if the sky had collapsed, causing him to be unable to breathe. In addition, a scorching aura of flame slowly surged toward Zhao Feng, making him feel like he was in a magma hell. His entire body, including his soul, was being roasted by the flames. The blazing gold race truly has no sense of shame. A peak ancient god of the older generation is actually interfering in a battle between the younger generation. At that moment, the fourth elder of the spirit race spoke. A thick aura of the heavens and earth descended upon Zhao Feng's body, instantly eliminating all the discomfort Zhao Feng was feeling. I didn't do anything. I just want to ask you, a disciple of the spirit clan, why are you so vicious and merciless? Elder Jean boldly and confidently said, your skills are inferior, so why do you have to talk so much nonsense? If Zhao Feng really was vicious and merciless, he wouldn't have left anyone alive in his battle with the true gods of the blazing gold race. The fourth elder coldly snorted, his voice suffused with deep disdain. The blazing gold race had no way to refute these words. Okay, the gambling match is over. The spiritual race wins. The wrinkled elder of the life, sacred land said with a gloomy expression. The two 5-star factions immediately stopped their standoff. Whoosh! Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Zhao Feng left the stage and returned to the spiritual race's area. On the other side, ancient god gilded gold was carried off the stage by the blazing gold race disciples. Zhao Feng, you're truly formidable. It was all thanks to you this time. All the members of the spiritual race greeted Zhao Feng with smiles. Zhao Feng, you've rendered a great service this time. You won't receive a single one of the 500,000 contribution points. The fourth elder's face was wreathed in joy. Compared to the spiritual race's harvest, 500,000 contribution points was nothing. The other spiritual race, disciples, immediately cast envious gazes at Xiaofeng. The majority of the spiritual race had only received 10,000 contribution points for their victory this time. True God Long Yuan and a delicate woman had each received 30,000 contribution points for defeating one person. But Xiaofeng alone had received 500,000. Such an enormous number of contribution points was something that could not be obtained even after several decades of missions. But all of this was what Xiaofeng deserved. As for why Xiaofeng was able to instantly defeat ancient god Gilded Gold, many members of the spiritual race were not very surprised. This was because Xiaofeng had used this eye bloodline technique in the spiritual race before. The Heaven Crystal Fire Spirit vein will be divided according to the original rules. The gambling match between the two races is over. The wrinkled elder of the life sacred land loudly announced. With this, the curtains fell on the gambling match between the two races. This gambling match had been extremely brilliant, with far too many unexpected aspects. The members of the Blazing Gold race all had dejected faces. 7 of the participants had been defeated by Xiaofeng, including 2 ancient gods. The participants of the Blazing Gold race no longer had the face to face the other members of the Blazing Gold race. With the gambling match over, the gathered factions slowly began to disperse. Factions that had a good relationship with the spiritual race, or even stronger, came to congratulate the spiritual race. Even the representative of the life sacred land came to the spiritual race's side. The life sacred land's actions made the Blazing Gold race members grimace. The spiritual race's performance this time was truly astonishing. The wrinkled elder glanced at Xiaofeng and then turned to the 4th elder. At this moment, Xiahou Wu came to Xiaofeng's side. Xiaofeng, you've truly progressed quickly. Xiahou Wu felt somewhat ashamed of his inferiority. More than a year ago, he had still been able to fiercely clash with Xiaofeng, but now he estimated that he wouldn't even be able to last 5 moves against Xiaofeng. Will you be going to the God Eye Assembly in half a year? Xiahou Wu asked. God Eye Assembly? Xiaofeng was confused. This was the first time he had heard of this term. At the same time, he was also wondering, will there be one of the 8 great god eyes in this assembly? You don't know. Xiahou Wu was surprised, and then he slowly began to explain. The God Eye Assembly was held by a special faction in the ancient desolate realm of gods, called the God Eye Hall. The God Eye Hall was a faction hidden in the shadows and spread throughout the ancient desolate realm of gods. The representatives of this faction were all God Eye descendants. There was also a rumor that the leader of this God Eye Hall was a God Eye deity. Xiaofeng was stunned. If this was really the case, then this faction was probably on the level of a god realm sacred land. This faction is extremely special. It has very few members, and it never appears in the outside world under the name of a faction. It doesn't associate with any other faction or compete for resources. Even if you join this faction, you won't receive any benefits or protection. Although it was a faction, every member of this faction was extremely free, and some were even members of other major factions. Xiahou Wu continued his introduction. At present, the God Eye Hall is only doing one thing. Every once in a while, it will hold a God Eye Assembly in each zone. Although it was called a God Eye Assembly, the participants were almost all God Eye descendants. What is the main point of the God Eye Assembly? Xiaofeng straightforwardly asked. If such a powerful and unique faction only did one thing, hold a God Eye Assembly, then this assembly would definitely be unusual. This assembly mainly gathers the descendants of the 8 great God Eyes of the various zones together. There will be all sorts of activities, transactions, or missions. Xiahou Wu smiled. Your eye is extremely special. Perhaps you can find the answer in it. In addition, your eye has already reached the quasi-God Eye level, but it seems like you haven't used its full power. Xiahou Wu's eyes focused on Xiaofeng's left eye. The eye of life that he was so proud of would inexplicably tremble every time he saw Zhao Feng's left eye. Zhao Feng had a pensive look on his face. He had heard about the classification of quasi-god eyes from Xiahou Wu. At this moment, Zhao Feng finally realized that his understanding of the 8 great god eyes was truly pitifully small. The 8 great god eyes had gathered together. Zhao Feng was inexplicably excited. My eye does not belong to the descendants of the 8 great god eyes. Zhao Feng hesitated for a few moments before saying this. All eyes in the fan universe originate from the 8 great god eyes. In the past, only the descendants of the 8 great god eyes were allowed to participate in the god eye assembly, but later on the conditions were relaxed. Anyone with an eye bloodline can participate. Xiahou Wu straightforwardly said, "Half a year from now, the people of the God Eye Hall will hold the God Eye Assembly." After saying this, Xiahou Wu left with the people from the Life Sacred Land. The Life Sacred Land was just a witness to this gambling match. Now that the gambling match was over, there was naturally no need for them to remain. You can choose to stay here or return to the spiritual race. If you stay here, you will be responsible for mining the Heaven Crystal Fire Spirit Vein and will receive additional rewards. The 4th elder said to the crowd, "I want to take a trip back." Zhao Feng straightforwardly said, Ancient God Ice Origin was originally planning to return to the spiritual race, but when he heard this, he stopped. In the end, only 3 people chose to return to the spiritual race, with the 5th elder and a few upper echelon members leading the way. Zhao Feng's party smoothly returned to the spiritual race. The 5th elder immediately dispatched a group of periphery disciples to mine the Heaven Crystal Fire Spirit Vein. Upon returning to the spiritual race, Zhao Feng entered seclusion for a while. He had comprehended many things from the consecutive battles he had just experienced. In addition, he had probably yet to report the 500,000 contribution points. 10 days later, Zhao Feng emerged and headed for the spiritual race's All-Spirit Hall. Brother Feng has come out of seclusion. Hello, Brother Zhao Feng. Along the way, he met several core disciples who enthusiastically greeted him. In just a few days, Zhao Feng's performance in the gambling match between the 2 races had spread throughout the spiritual race. They were so friendly to Zhao Feng naturally because Zhao Feng had won glory for the spiritual race. At the same time, he had displayed a formidable strength that all disciples had to fear. Zhao Feng quickly arrived at the spiritual race's All-Spirit Hall. The moment he arrived, an elder walked out of the gates of All-Spirit Hall. "You're finally here." The guardian elder faintly smiled as if he had been waiting for Zhao Feng this entire time. I want to exchange for a technique." Zhao Feng flatly said. The 2 then stepped into the highest floor of All-Spirit Hall. Chapter 1289. The moment Zhao Feng entered All-Spirit Hall, he immediately attracted the attention of many spiritual race disciples. He didn't care, and he walked with the guardian elder to the highest floor. He's Zhao Feng. 1 year ago, he became a rank 6 true god and is now an ancient god. And in the gambling match between the 2 races, he single-handedly turned the tide and defeated 2 blazing gold race ancient gods. The upper echelon of the spiritual race rewarded him with 500,000 contribution points. The many spiritual race disciples who were choosing their techniques couldn't help but sigh in admiration at Zhao Feng's exploits. 500,000 contribution points. All the spiritual race disciples couldn't help but swallow. The majority of them were low-rank true gods, and the techniques that could be cultivated to rank 7 ancient god only had 10,000 some points, 20,000 at most. They would never be able to finish spending 500,000 contribution points. Zhao Feng quickly arrived at the highest floor of All-Spirit Hall. Only those who had reached the ancient god level could enter this floor. The only people present were Zhao Feng and the guardian elder of All-Spirit Hall. This final floor was extremely empty, with only 4 translucent crystal walls. Every wall was embedded with crystal beads of different sizes and colors. Each crystal bead hid a god tier cultivation method or battle skill. Do you want to choose for yourself, or do you want me to help you choose? The guardian elder smiled. I need a technique that can help me break through to the God Lord level, Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. It was naturally best if one could cultivate a technique of the same level to the God Lord level. Being able to cultivate a technique to the God Lord level was proof that the technique itself was more complete and would greatly increase one's strength. In addition, any technique that could help one break through to the God Lord level could be considered a top-class divine level technique. Look over there. The guardian elder revealed a smile as if he had expected this. He then pointed with his finger. Zhao Feng looked at the eastern wall. At the very top of the wall were 4 crystal beads. The spiritual race has 4 techniques that can help one break through to the God Lord level, the hall guarding elder introduced with a slightly proud expression. The first technique is for those with the spiritual race bloodline. You don't have the spiritual race bloodline, so this technique isn't suitable for you, so I won't introduce it. The guardian elder introduced the other 3 techniques to Zhao Feng. The second technique was called 5 Elements Myriad Arts and focused on 5 elements intent. The 5 elements profound contained 5 different types of profound energy. When cultivating, one had to ensure that the gap between the 5 types of profound energy was not too big. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to improve. The third technique, Heavenly Lightning Fire Intent, was suitable for cultivators who cultivated the Tao of lightning and fire. Cultivating this technique would increase one's battle prowess, and it was relatively easy. Overall, it conformed to the norm. The fourth technique was called the Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique, and it contained the 5 elements of heaven and earth, time and space. It fused various profundities to produce chaos divine energy, and its might was extremely formidable. But because this art was too inclusive and did not have a clear goal, it was rather difficult to become a God Lord. Moreover, the art itself was also extremely difficult to cultivate. Of 7 elements you can use, Feng said. Your Heaven King Chen Ancient Chen Feng, Chen of Chen, Elder of the Elders, Elder of Heaven, the Hall Guardian Elder gave his suggestion. Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique. When Zhao Feng heard this technique's introduction, he was stunned. Originally, he had come here to choose the 5 elements cultivation method that the Hall Guardian Elder had mentioned previously. But he discovered that the power of this 5 elements myriad arts was inferior to the other 2. Moreover, Zhao Feng also discovered that this Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique was more suitable for him than the 5 elements myriad arts. After all, if he cultivated the 5 elements myriad arts, he would have to abandon wind and lightning intent. But the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique was different. It contained almost all intents. I want the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique, Zhao Feng said after thinking for a few moments. Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique. The Guardian Elder was stunned. He originally believed that Zhao Feng would choose the 5 elements myriad arts. Zhao Feng, this Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique is extremely difficult. The more intent energy there is, the stronger it will be, but the more intent energy there is, the harder it will be to control and use. The Guardian Elder had a better understanding of these 4 techniques and immediately advised, I want it. Zhao Feng's gaze was resolute. He had too much intent energy now. He really could not bear to give up some. Seeing that Zhao Feng was so determined, the Guardian Elder did not say anything else and took out a crystal token. Divine power was infused into it, and a crystal orb on the wall flew out and floated in front of Zhao Feng. You can only leave after memorizing this technique. At the same time, you cannot leak this technique. Once discovered, the Spirit Clan will punish you severely. After saying this, the Guardian Elder left the place. Zhao Feng sat down cross-legged and delved his consciousness into the crystal orb. In an instant, the information of the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique surged into his mind. Chaos Heaven Void origin technique contains the 5 elements of heaven and earth, space and time, and encompasses all powers. When perfected, it can even evolve a trace of chaotic power. As expected, it didn't disappoint me. Zhao Feng's eyes were filled with joy. He was skilled in many intents, including the 5 elements, wind, lightning, space-time. Moreover, he had the god's spiritual eye, which gave him incredible comprehension abilities. He was even more adept at comprehending intents. If he wanted to, he could even comprehend some other intents. As he thought of this, Zhao Feng couldn't help but recall the God Eye assembly that Xiahou Wu had mentioned. It's an assembly of the 8 great God Eyes. I should be able to obtain a lot of information regarding the 8 great God Eyes, techniques for using eye bloodline techniques, and even methods to cultivate eye bloodline techniques. Zhao Feng was extremely tempted by this prospect, but he was only worried about the possibility of his eye becoming the 9th God Eye. If I can go there and use the true power of my God Eye, it'll be worth it, even if I have to take some risks. After a long while, Zhao Feng made his decision. This mysterious left eye had always been his greatest secret. Perhaps once he unearthed the potential of his left eye, the secret of this eye would also be revealed. Thus, Zhao Feng decided to take a look at the God Eye assembly. One day later, Zhao Feng relied on the formidable memory abilities of his left eye to completely memorize the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique. As soon as he walked out of this floor, the hall guarding elder rushed over. "You've already memorized it?" The guardian elder asked in surprise. "A book and an ocean, an art that could allow one to break into the God Lord level. Even someone with the abilities of a rank 7 ancient god would normally need 10 some days to completely memorize it." Zhao Feng nodded and returned the crystal bead to the guardian elder. "Zhao Feng?" At this moment, a voice called out in alarm. Zhao Feng saw that it was an ancient god that had appeared in the contest for the pure spirit sacred water. Jin Wei's older brother, Jin Kuan. Zhao Feng remembered that he had sensed this person's deep hostility toward him. Zhao Feng shot him a glance before leaving. "Damn!" Jin Kuan clenched his fists and clenched his teeth. He had always wanted to challenge Zhao Feng, but after Zhao Feng broke into the true god level, he entered seclusion and then snuck out. Once he returned to the spiritual race, he began the contest for the pure spirit sacred water. And now, Zhao Feng was representing the spiritual race in the gambling match between the 2 races, so he could not influence Zhao Feng. But Zhao Feng had returned with an ancient god cultivation, and he had heard that in the gambling match, Zhao Feng alone had defeated 7 members of the Blazing Gold race, including 2 ancient gods. At this moment, Jin Kuan no longer had the courage to challenge Zhao Feng. After leaving all Spirit Hall, Zhao Feng prepared to return to his residence and cultivate the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique. But on his way back, he heard a shocking piece of news. The spiritual race's Zhao Yufei had directly attained rank 5 of the heavenly divine realm and become a prodigy of the spiritual race bloodline. I didn't think that Yufei would succeed. Zhao Feng was elated. When he returned, he did not see Zhao Yufei. After asking around, he learned that Zhao Yufei had moved to another place to break into the heavenly divine realm. At the time, Zhao Feng felt that Zhao Yufei was a little too impatient. If she had accumulated a little more time, she would have been able to reach rank 5 of the heavenly divine realm. He hadn't expected for Zhao Yufei to successfully attain rank 5 of the heavenly divine realm. Zhao Feng had broken into rank 6 of the heavenly divine realm, and his talent was even better than Zhao Yufei's. But Zhao Yufei had the spiritual race bloodline and was completely different from Zhao Feng. Zhao Yufei has become the most dazzling existence of the spiritual race bloodline, directly attaining rank 5 of the heavenly divine realm, and with the cultivation characteristics of the spiritual race bloodline. Zhao Yufei's future accomplishments are immeasurable. Zhao Yufei's breakthrough shook the entire spiritual race. One day, Zhao Yufei returned to her palace. "Brother Feng, I will catch up to you very soon." Zhao Yufei exuded a transcendent and refined temperament, like a pure and untainted crystal fairy. "Is that so? I'm already an ancient god," Zhao Feng teased. Zhao Yufei had been in seclusion all this time and did not know about the bet between the two races. How is this possible? Zhao Yufei's mouth opened slightly in shock. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that Zhao Feng had indeed become an ancient god. "Damn it, my spiritual race bloodline can't catch up to you in terms of cultivation speed." Zhao Yufei was a little unhappy. But in her heart, she was happy for Zhao Feng. Zhao Feng was somewhat speechless. If he hadn't displayed extraordinary talent and potential, would he still be safe and sound in the spiritual race? 3 days later, the upper echelon of the spiritual race held a banquet to celebrate Zhao Yufei's breakthrough into rank 5 true god. This banquet attracted the majority of the factions of the Xiling Zone. Anyone who was present was at least a powerful true god expert, and there were quite a few ancient god experts as well. The spiritual race's bloodline was extremely special, and it was endowed with exceptional talent in cultivation. The fact that Zhao Yufei had directly attained rank 5 of the heavenly divine realm meant that she had a decent chance of becoming a god lord in the future. Quite a few ancient god upper echelon members of the spiritual race wanted to establish a good relationship with Zhao Yufei. Although Zhao Yufei was the star of this banquet, her beauty causing all the young elites of the Xiling Zone to fall head over heels for her. But Zhao Feng, standing next to her, was just as dazzling. He's Zhao Feng, the one who directly attained rank 6 of the heavenly divine realm, broke into the ancient god realm in a single year, and defeated 7 disciples of the blazing gold race. In the future, the spiritual race has a high chance of becoming the number 1 5-star faction of the Xiling Zone. Everyone looked at Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei with envy and praise. At the same time, they sighed in admiration at the spiritual race's fortune. Perhaps after several years, Zhao Feng and Zhao Yufei would both become god lords. At the banquet, the upper echelon members of the spiritual race were grinning from ear to ear. In recent times, the many incidents that had occurred in the spiritual race had become the hottest topic of the Xiling Zone. 3 days later, the banquet came to an end. Zhao Feng returned to his residence and prepared to enter seclusion to cultivate the Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique. Chapter 1290. Within the palace, Zhao Feng was seated cross-legged on the throne. Information about the Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique slowly emerged in his mind. Zhao Feng gave it a cursory glance. Although the Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique was an extremely inclusive technique, it required one intent to connect all the intents together. And this intent had to be far stronger than all the other intents. Of all the intents I have, space intent is the strongest. Zhao Feng's mind was as clear as a mirror. Thanks to the space-time robe, Zhao Feng's space intent had far surpassed the 5 elements and wind lightning that he had always been studying. The Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique had a total of 6 levels, and the requirement to cultivate the first level was to have at least one type of profound energy reach the 5th level. The sign of the 2nd level was that the profound power that connected all the profound meanings had reached the 6th level, and so on and so forth. With each level of the technique, one's intent would increase by 1 level. At the 5th level, the intent one primarily comprehended would reach level 9. The 6th level required one to break through to the God Lord level. This means that I'll be cultivating space intent as my primary. Zhao Feng softly muttered. It seemed like as long as he cultivated his space intent, the number of levels of the technique would gradually increase. But the true power of the Chaos Heaven Void Origin Technique lay in its many intents. Therefore, while cultivating the space profundity, he couldn't neglect the other profundities. The advantage of this technique was that Chaos Origin Divine Power contained the characteristics of all the intents, making it almost impossible to counter. In addition, Zhao Feng was most interested in the sliver of primal chaos energy that could be produced at the highest level of perfection. After reading through the technique, Zhao Feng began to cultivate. The first level focused on space intent, connecting all the other intents and fusing them into divine power to form Chaos Origin Divine Power. This was not difficult for Zhao Feng. Only 1 hour had passed. A twisted ball of multicolored divine power had appeared in Zhao Feng's divine stages. Its quality was far superior to Zhao Feng's 5 elements tribulation lightning divine power. Furthermore, in order to cultivate the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique, Zhao Feng only needed to continuously fuse the power within the divine dais for a moment. If Zhao Feng wanted to cultivate the 5 elements 10,000 arts, he would have to eliminate all the other powers in his spirit pedestal. Buzz! Zhao Feng activated the chaos divine power he had just refined. A ball of dim light twisted and changed in front of Zhao Feng. The color changes in the Chaos Origin Divine Power were somewhat similar to the color changes in Zhao Feng's dreamy silver hair. Chaos Origin Divine Power is at least 2 times stronger than ancient god Gilded Gold's divine power. Zhao Feng took a deep breath. He found that this divine power was extremely heavy and could absorb any power in the world. And when it was used as a means of attack, the possibility of it being countered was also very low. If he had cultivated the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique, he would have been able to rely on this divine power to directly contend against ancient god Gilded Gold in this gambling match. Sensing the power of the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique, Zhao Feng continued to cultivate. 3 months later, Zhao Feng finally managed to refine all the energy in his divine stages into Chaos Origin Divine Power. However, this Chaos Origin Divine Power wasn't pure. The main problem was that Zhao Feng had not perfectly fused all his intents together. If the majority of my intents are at the same level, I'll be able to link them together even more perfectly. Zhao Feng realized this problem when he was refining Chaos Origin Divine Power. For example, metal and lightning intents had both reached level 5, so they could be very well linked together. But if they were linked together with wood intent, which was only at level 4, it would not be very perfect. Of course, this also had to do with technique. After all, Zhao Feng hadn't been cultivating the Chaos Heaven Void Origin technique for very long. Currently, Zhao Feng's goal was to raise all his intents except time intent to level 5. This way, the power of his Chaos Origin Divine Power would also greatly increase. Swish! Zhao Feng once more arrived at the 5-colored Crystal Palace. The moment he appeared, he heard someone say, "Zhao Feng, I am willing to be your servant." A figure walked up to Zhao Feng and kneeled. "Who else is there?" Zhao Feng's gaze swept over everyone in the palace. Soon, more than 10 people walked out one after another. The remaining people were still struggling. The majority of them came from extremely powerful factions, such as Quasi-God Zi and Quasi-God Gui. I need a large number of resources to cultivate. The properties of this crystal palace will quickly weaken until it no longer exists. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said, "This palace was formed from countless intent crystals, and each time Zhao Feng came, he would take away a large number of these intent crystals. The properties of the 5-colored crystal palace had long ago declined. If not for the fact that Zhao Feng was the controller, the quasi-gods and true gods inside would have already escaped." Quite a few people present rejoiced at these words. Once the structure of the 5 Elements Palace was destroyed, they would have a chance to escape. But even more people had grim expressions and immediately stepped forward, willing to become Zhao Feng's servants. "Because this palace will soon cease to exist, there's no telling when I will kill all of you." Zhao Feng's cold and indifferent voice rang out. To him, It didn't matter if he killed these people or not. If they knew what was good for them, Zhao Feng would let them live. Zhao Feng, you dare? The quasi-gods and true gods of Violet Night Hall were alarmed and immediately bellowed. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed as he waved a hand. A dark, multicolored beam of divine power shot forward, like a steel cannonball. Boom! Bang! The Chaos Origin divine power pierced through a rank 5 true god of Violet Night Hall, killing him in body and soul. Meanwhile, the Chaos Origin divine power Zhao Feng unleashed struck the crystal wall behind him, sending several intent crystals crashing down. Hiss! The scene was eerily silent. A moment ago, the people of Violet Night Hall said that Zhao Feng wouldn't dare, but a moment later, Zhao Feng had killed the people of Violet Night Hall. Zhao Feng was simply too powerful. Killing a rank 5 true god was as easy as crushing an ant. At the same time, they had been imprisoned by Zhao Feng for so long that they had not been rescued. And Zhao Feng was not only alive and well, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. This made them feel that unless they submitted to Zhao Feng, they would never be able to leave. I'm willing to submit to you. I'm also willing to be your servant. Under the threat of death, they chose to compromise. In their view, only by surviving could anything be possible. In the end, even the people of Violet Night Hall submitted. Without another word, Zhao Feng took them into the ancient dream realm and placed them under Zhao Wan's command. Zhao Wan and Zhao Wang had already succeeded in breaking into the heavenly divine realm. Both of them had attained rank 5 of the heavenly divine realm, and their foundations were extremely stable. Moreover, their status in the Blood Flame Qilin race was similar to that of the elders of the Blood Flame Qilin race. They were treated extremely well, and their cultivation paths were extremely smooth. Lord God, how may I be of service to you? An upper echelon member of the Blood Flame Qilin race deferentially asked. I need resources to comprehend wind, lightning, intent. Zhao Feng straightforwardly said. However, the Blood Flame Qilin race did not cultivate wind, lightning, intent, so they had very few resources. After taking everything, Zhao Feng left the ancient dream realm. Let's go take a look at the spiritual race's trading area. Zhao Feng walked out of the palace. He quickly arrived at a bustling trading area. This trading area existed specifically for the disciples of the spiritual race to trade with each other. The main reason Zhao Feng came here was to buy resources to comprehend the laws of wind lightning. In exchange, Zhao Feng had taken out 5 elements intent crystals. After all, the majority of people only cultivated 1 or 2 of the 5 elements intent. Intent crystals were extremely rare, and Zhao Feng's intent crystals were of extremely high quality. The moment Zhao Feng took them out, many people in the trading area began to ask about the price and buy them. I'm only going to trade for resources to cultivate wind, lightning, intent. With these words, Zhao Feng waited where he was. More and more people came to trade with the resources Zhao Feng needed. Once Zhao Feng had purchased a certain amount, he left. That's right. The God Eye Assembly is in 3 months, but I still don't know where it will be held. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of something. Moreover, Zhao Feng wasn't the slightest bit familiar with the God Eye Assembly, so it was better to find someone else. He then wrote a letter to the life-sacred lands Xiaowu. Upon returning to his residence, Zhao Feng discovered that Zhao Yufei had been waiting in front of his hall for some time. Brother Feng, spar with me. Zhao Yufei had a dazzling smile on her face. Zhao Feng couldn't help but recall that in the continent zone, the two of them would often exchange pointers to raise each other's strength. But now the gap between the two was too vast. A casual strike from Zhao Feng could utterly defeat Zhao Yufei. Suppress your cultivation to that of a rank 5 true god, and don't use your eye bloodline. Under Zhao Yufei's insistent request, Zhao Feng did as she said, and the two began to exchange pointers. In the end, Zhao Feng used his rank 5 true god strength and didn't even use his eye bloodline to easily defeat Zhao Yufei in a few moves. Brother Feng, your divine power has been suppressed to that of a rank 5 true god, so how is it still so strong? Zhao Yufei asked, panting for breath after several battles. In their sparring, Zhao Feng had only used the most basic of divine power, but even so, Zhao Yufei had been unable to hold her own. Moreover, Zhao Yufei had the spiritual race bloodline, so her divine power was much stronger than that of an ordinary rank 5 true god. I've already cultivated a technique above the ancient god level. Even if my divine power has been reduced to rank 5, it's still extremely powerful. Zhao Feng said with a smile. His divine power had long ago transformed into Chaos Origin divine power. Even if he suppressed his cultivation, Chaos Origin divine power was essentially invincible among rank 5 true gods. I'll definitely catch up to you. Although Zhao Yufei was a little depressed, she was in high spirits. Yufei, in 3 months, I want to leave the spiritual race and experience the God Eye Assembly. Zhao Feng explained this matter. At the very beginning, only God Eye descendants were allowed to participate in the God Eye Assembly. Later on, the conditions were relaxed so that anyone with an Eye bloodline could participate. Zhao Yufei had apparently heard of the God Eye Assembly and knew that she couldn't go. 2 months later, Zhao Feng received a letter from the Life Sacred Lands Xiaowu. The time and place of the God Eye Assembly were written on the letter, and Zhao Feng was invited to meet up with the Life Sacred Lands team. A few days later, Zhao Feng set off. Chapter 1291. Half a month later, Zhao Feng arrived at the place Xiaowu had mentioned, an ordinary 4.5-star faction. 7 people. Zhao Feng's left, I discovered that within this 4.5-star faction, there were 7 God Eye descendants in a certain palace. The weakest of these 7 was a rank 5 true god, while the strongest was an elder with green spots all over his skin. Other than Xiaowu, Zhao Feng didn't recognize any of the others. With Zhao Feng's cultivation, no one stopped him from entering this 4.5-star faction. He's finally here. Before Zhao Feng even entered the palace, a dissatisfied voice came from within. Zhao Feng walked into the palace and gave an apologetic smile. The time Xiaowu spoke of was actually yesterday, but the distance was too far, and it was impossible to calculate the exact time. Thus, Zhao Feng arrived 1 day late. At this moment, everyone in the palace was staring at him. They had all heard of Zhao Feng's exploits, but they had never seen Zhao Feng in person. I wonder which god his eye bloodline evolved from. A yellow-clothed youth joked. Since you're here, let's go. Among the 7 of them, an old man whose skin was covered with green stripes said calmly. The group of 8 left, and the members of this 4.5-star faction all breathed a sigh of relief. Not long after they left, Zhao Feng messaged Xiaowu. Your companions don't seem to like me. This elder probably doesn't have a good impression of you because you rejected the Life Sacred Land. As for the others, it's probably because of their superiority as God Eye descendants. Xiaowu messaged. Zhao Feng nodded in understanding. All bloodlines in the world originated from the 8 great God Eyes. As God Eye descendants, they naturally felt a sense of superiority when looking at other eye bloodlines. The Life Sacred Land only sent 7 people to the God Eye Assembly. Logically speaking, this was a gathering of 8 great God Eye descendants, and the Life Sacred Land shouldn't have sent so few people. Zhao Feng learned from Xiaowu that the Life Sacred Land had sent many teams to the God Eye Assembly, as well as a few lone travelers. After all, it was just an event, and it would be open for a long time. There was no need for everyone to gather together. That would be too ostentatious. In addition, the God Eye Assembly was actually a rather secretive event. Only the members of the God Eye Hall scattered throughout the various zones knew when the event would begin. Thus, some of the lower-level factions had no idea about the God Eye Assembly. Similarly, The location of the God Eye assembly was not fixed. Right, where's Han Ning Air? Zhao Feng straightforwardly asked. Han Ning was also a God Eye descendant of the life-sacred land. Only those above the true God realm are qualified to participate. Quasi-gods are not qualified, Xia Hou directly said. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be startled. He hadn't expected the God Eye assembly's threshold to be so high, but the more it was like this, the more it proved how valuable this gathering was. At the same time, Zhao Feng needed to be a little careful. He didn't know what sort of people would be at this God Eye assembly, and it would be best if he didn't reveal his Eye bloodline. On the journey, Zhao Feng constantly suppressed the God's spiritual Eye, reducing its abilities to the minimum. 10 days later, the group of 6 arrived in the air above a dangerous, forbidden zone. The group continued to rise, and when they were several 100,000 li in the air, Zhao Feng noticed a concealment array around a certain white cloud. I didn't think that the entrance would be here. Zhao Feng was alarmed. Of course, as they approached, the array opened on its own, allowing them to safely enter. In the middle of the white cloud was a simple, round, silver-white array platform. Standing next to it was a muscular middle-aged man who looked like a giant boulder. Welcome, everyone from the life-sacred land. The middle-aged man faintly smiled. The green-spotted elder of the life-sacred land examined the array platform. Why is it a teleportation array? The green-spotted elder's expression darkened. The other members of the life-sacred land were also confused. In the past God Eye assemblies, a simple entrance or passage led to a separate dimension. This time, the Xiling Zone and another zone will be holding the God Eye assembly at the same location. So it's a spatial teleportation array. The middle-aged man seemed to have predicted this and quickly answered. Everyone else was taken aback. What zone? The green-spotted elder's expression darkened as if he had thought of something. The Antean Zone. The middle-aged man grinned. The green-spotted elder's expression remained the same. The other party's answer seemed to be the same as his. The Antean Zone. The others softly muttered these words. Zhao Feng had a basic understanding of the zones bordering the Xiling Zone. The Antean Zone was a large zone no weaker than the Xiling Zone, and its ruling faction was the Fallen Heaven race, ranked 12th among the 10,000 ancient races. Teleport us over. After paying a large number of average-quality god crystals, the green-spotted elder led the group onto the teleportation array platform. Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes began to twinkle with golden white light. God Eye descendants! Zhao Feng was stunned. Moreover, this pair of eyes was one of the 8 great god eyes that Zhao Feng had never seen before, the Eye of Divine Punishment. When he saw the middle-aged man's Eye of Divine Punishment, Zhao Feng suddenly felt like this person was a just and strict god that judged all evil. At this time, Zhao Feng also sensed that this person was extremely powerful, no weaker than the green-spotted elder leading the group from the life-sacred land. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye emitted a wave of heat. He immediately withdrew the energy of the god's spiritual eye and suppressed its abilities. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over everyone, pausing on Zhao Feng's left eye for a few moments before nodding. Zhao Feng knew that the other party was confirming his eye bloodline. BZZZZ. The inscriptions on the array gradually completed, and white light began to rise from it, concealing the figures of the group. Schwa! Everyone's silhouettes disappeared, and the radiance on the array formation platform gradually dimmed. How interesting! That kid's eye is even stronger than the eyes of other Eye of Life descendants. The middle-aged man couldn't help but smile. It didn't take long before 3 black-robed figures arrived. The 3 were all young, 2 men and 1 woman. The leader had a multicolored right eye, the Eye of Myriad Forms. If Zhao Feng were here, he would definitely recognize this person as the man in black who had escaped underground on the outskirts of the life-sacred land. This God Eye assembly will be held in the same location as another zone in the Xiling zone, so we're using a spatial teleportation array. The middle-aged man straightforwardly said, let's go in now. The three black-robed men were unperturbed. Okay, let me inspect your identities. The middle-aged man said. Inspecting their identities meant inspecting their eye bloodlines. BZZZZ. The leader's right eye immediately began to change color as the natural energy of the world slowly gathered toward it. The other two showed signs of having the eye of destiny and the eye of death. Then the three of them paid the spiritual stones and disappeared through the array. Chapter 1292. The area of the God Eye assembly was a small, independent dimension. Overhead was a golden roof, decorated with dazzling jewels and gems of various colors. The surrounding walls were made up of many unique buildings of different sizes. Some of the larger buildings were guarded by powerful guards, and the occasional clamor of activity could be heard from within. The other areas of the palace were surrounded by forests and mountains, creating a pleasant scenery that made it seem like an immortal realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the vast and boundless palace, colorful figures of experts were shuttling in the air, including some giant flying spirit pets and the special envoy's flying tools. This is the area of the God Eye assembly. The life-sacred land disciples couldn't help but sigh as they looked around. This was also their first time participating in the God Eye assembly, and they had heard that the location of each God Eye assembly would be different. There had been the bizarre violet world of night and the mysterious and precious seabed. But this time, the God Eye assembly was being held in a golden palace that had everything one could think of. Although it was just a palace, it was at least half the size of Sky Feather Island. God Eye descendants can be seen everywhere. Zhao Feng's expression froze as he scanned the experts in front of him. Back in the continent zone, Zhao Feng running into a single God Eye descendant was a rare event. But God Eye descendants could be seen everywhere in this God Eye assembly. Of course, this God Eye assembly was a gathering of people from two major zones, and the continent zone that Zhao Feng used to live in was probably just a little larger than Sky Feather Island. In a single zone, there are countless small factions like Sky Feather Island. From this, one could see how vast the area covered by this God Eye assembly was. It was only natural that so many God Eye descendants would be gathered here. All of you are free to move about. If you encounter anything, you can use the message token to contact me. The green-spotted elder of the life-sacred land said. He then transformed into a streak of light and began to explore the area. The terrain of each God Eye assembly was different. Even the green-spotted elder, who had participated several times, needed some time to familiarize himself with the terrain. Brother Zhao doesn't have a message token from the life-sacred land, so come with me. Xiahou Wu said, Let's go. The remaining 5 life-sacred land disciples split into 2 groups and began to explore the area. Zhao Feng, what do you need right now? Xiahou Wu directly asked. Although he had never participated in the God Eye assembly, he had heard the elders of the life-sacred land mention a few of the symbolic locations of the God Eye assembly. Among them were the arena, the gambling arena, the information center, and the mission transfer center. Apart from that, there was the leisure zone and the trade zone. In the trade zone, one could trade for almost everything one wanted, including cultivation techniques, natural treasures, divine weapons, pets, and mounts. I need secret arts, cultivation methods, and cultivation resources related to the soul or ocular arts. Zhao Feng spoke bluntly. Now that he has given up on the path of body refinement, he should focus on studying the soul and the eye so that he can utilize his strengths. Moreover, Xiahou Wu had said that his eye had already reached the quasi-god eye level, but it seemed like he had yet to use its full power. As a disciple of the life-sacred land, Xiahou Wu had definitely seen a true quasi-god eye, which was why he was so certain. Since that's the case, then we can go look for the secret exchange castle, the cultivation technique exchange pavilion, or the auction house, Xiahou Wu suggested. What's the difference between the secret exchange castle and the cultivation technique exchange pavilion? Zhao Feng asked. He knew about the auction house. It was possible to find the best things there, but the prices would also be ridiculously high. The Cultivation Technique Exchange Pavilion is a large trading place where cultivation techniques and combat skills are sold, while the Secret Exchange Castle is a place where tensome people conduct secret trades. The traders can't see each other, only what they want to trade. Xiahou Wu didn't have a very clear understanding, so he gave a rough idea. In the end, Zhao Feng felt that the Secret Exchange Castle was the most suitable place for him. Here, Zhao Feng could take out cultivation resources from the ancient dream realm or 5 elements in 10 crystals to trade without worrying about being eyed by others. The pair explored as they flew, and it didn't take long for them to discover a majestic, pitch-black hull. It was extremely conspicuous among the many buildings, and there were many people going in and out of it. This is the Mission Transfer Center. It's said that you can issue any mission or reward here, and you can even hire assassins or bodyguards. Xiahou Wu introduced. Secret Exchange Castle. Suddenly, Zhao Feng's left eye found those 4 large words amidst the countless signboards of the buildings. It was a huge dark brown, circular building. Around the building were hundreds of small tunnels, and each tunnel was guarded by several guards with powerful auras. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From a distance, Zhao Feng could see several figures entering the secret exchange castle. After paying the god crystals, they entered the paths. In some of the smaller paths, people were swiftly leaving. Xiahou Wu and Zhao Feng then proceeded to the secret exchange castle. Only one person is allowed to enter each path. A guard at the path stopped Zhao Feng and Xiahou Wu. This was the god Eye Assembly. Even though Xiahou Wu was a member of the life-sacred land, he didn't dare to put on any airs and could only abide by the rules. The guard took out a round tool and had Zhao Feng place his hand on it. Bzzz. 7 dots of light suddenly appeared in front of the round tool. Rank 7 Ancient God. Enter and pay 500 average quality god crystals. The guard flatly said. Zhao Feng was rather surprised. 500 average quality god crystals wasn't much to him, but to ordinary true god experts, it was a massive sum of money. At the same time, Zhao Feng could also see that the fee was based on his cultivation. The fee is based on your cultivation. You're a rank 7 ancient god, so the person you're trading with should be around that level of cultivation. The guard gave a casual introduction. Once you enter, you'll arrive at a sealed domain. You only need to wait inside for a few moments. Once the number of people in the transaction reaches 12, the transaction will begin. Once the transaction is over, if you want to continue, you just need to stay inside. Before entering, the guard gave Zhao Feng a few instructions on how to trade. In the pitch-black path, one could only walk in a straight line. The surrounding walls were made of some unknown material that divine sense couldn't penetrate. Even Zhao Feng's left eye could only see through the walls to a certain thickness and still couldn't discover anything. He quickly reached the end of the path, and a narrow circular space appeared in front of him. All I need to do is wait here, Zhao Feng muttered as he seated himself cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, the sealed space suddenly lit up. The transaction has begun. Please place the item to be traded and a strand of divine sense into the ball of light before you. A mechanical female voice sounded out of nowhere. Bzzz. A small white ball of light appeared in front of Zhao Feng. He was still unfamiliar with this method of trade and was wary, so he first placed 5 intent crystals in. The transaction has begun. After a long while, the voice spoke once more. A moment later, 11 other balls of light appeared in front of Zhao Feng. Each ball of light contained a different item, such as herbs, weapons, books, tools to store information, and so on. These should be the items that the other 11 people want to trade. Zhao Feng immediately understood. Zhao Feng soon realized that as long as he sent his divine sense into each ball of light, he could inspect the item and even communicate with the other party. How strange! Zhao Feng's eyes couldn't help but light up. He felt that this method of trade was very novel. Everyone could only see the item being traded, but not the other party. The advantage of this method was that they could trade for items that were difficult or too precious without worrying about being targeted by others. However, the disadvantage was that it was slow and difficult to find what they needed. Without saying anything else, Zhao Feng sent his divine sense into the first ball of light. It was a dark green flower, and it exuded a faint aura of the soul of plants. Sky soul bright eye grass, a mysterious treasure that has a certain chance of evolving into an eye bloodline. At that moment, the divine sense entrenched in the glowing sphere uttered a sentence. It can help evolve an eye bloodline. Zhao Feng was shocked. However, Zhao Feng's heart immediately calmed down. He felt that the other party's words were a mix of truth and falsehood. There should be a limit, right? Zhao Feng boldly asked. In any case, they didn't know each other. There's a certain chance. Ordinary eye bloodlines have a higher chance, while God Eye descendants have a lower chance, and there's also a limit to cultivation. An unfamiliar voice quickly spoke. After learning this, Zhao Feng's divine sense left the ball of light and prepared to enter the next one. But at this moment, a divine sense message resounded in his mind. It seems like someone wants to trade for my 5 elements intent crystals. Zhao Feng couldn't help but smile. The 5 intent crystals he took out contained 5 different kinds of intent energy, and they were of high quality, corresponding to rank 7 ancient gods. Profound crystals containing metal profound. How many do you have? The elderly voice asked. A lot. Zhao Feng simply replied. The other party then asked what Zhao Feng needed. High-quality soul or eye bloodline cultivation techniques or cultivation resources. Zhao Feng did not mince words. However, the cultivation techniques and resources the other party took out weren't ideal. In the end, Zhao Feng only traded for a small number of cultivation resources. The method of trade was extremely simple. Zhao Feng could put items into any of the 12 balls of light, but he could only take items out of the one that belonged to him. Zhao Feng put the intent crystal into one of the balls of light. A small number of cultivation resources quickly appeared in the ball of light. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Zhao Feng took out the resources, and the other party took away Zhao Feng's intent crystal. He then sent his divine sense into the next ball of light. This ball of light contained a dark green crystalline herb that exuded a thick soul energy. After a few moments of discussion, Zhao Feng traded with the other party. Zhao Feng sent his divine sense into the third ball of light and saw a black crystal bead. His divine sense lightly touched it, and an image appeared in Zhao Feng's mind. It's a memory. Zhao Feng was rather surprised as he carefully examined the image in his mind. Chapter 1293. In the image, there was a dark space and the surroundings were in ruins. The person with this memory quickly wandered through the ruins. Because it was from a first-person perspective, Zhao Feng couldn't see the person, and certain places had been intentionally wiped out. Suddenly, a golden Yao god with a pair of golden arms charged out of the ruins of a strange building in the distance. It looked like a single eyeball. The person with this memory immediately began to fight with this Yao god. Death intent, destruction intent. Zhao Feng was able to determine from this image that the person with this memory was a death god eye descendant. As for the demon spirit with the golden eyeball, it was also an eye technique attack that contained the profound of destruction. If one looked carefully, one would realize that this eyeball Yao spirit was very similar to the eye of destruction. In the end, the death god eye descendant killed the Yao spirit and obtained an abnormally dazzling golden crystal. An intent crystal containing destruction intent. Zhao Feng had encountered something like this in the Five Elements Crystal Palace, so he immediately guessed. But compared to the intent crystal containing the five elements, the destruction intent crystal was unquestionably more valuable. Swish! The image flashed, and the death god I descendant appeared in a dilapidated building. A building of the heavens' legacy race. Zhao Feng's eyes instantly lit up. He had entered several heavens' legacy race cities in the past, so he had some understanding of the architectural style. Of course, even if the buildings here were similar to a heavens' legacy race city, that didn't mean anything. One couldn't rule out the possibility that some faction controlled some of the heavens' legacy race's technology or copied the style of the heavens' legacy race buildings. The image flashed once more, and the death god I descendant appeared within the building. In front of him was a violet crystal door, but this door was sealed by a barrier. The death god I descendant tried for a very long time, but was unable to break the seal. But through the seal, Zhao Feng could faintly make out a massive black pool. The pool was surrounded by many black crystals, and Zhao Feng could tell at a glance that they were intent crystals. However, Zhao Feng didn't know what kind of intent energy these black intent crystals contained. Whoosh! Suddenly the image vanished. "You're done looking." A muffled voice spoke. "What do you want to trade?" Zhao Feng asked directly. "This is a dilapidated ruin that I discovered by accident. What you saw was part of my previous exploration. Now, I want to invite 2 or 3 teammates to explore this ruin even deeper." The muddy voice spoke again. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. In fact, he had also guessed it. Otherwise, who would release such a precious video for no reason? "I need more information." Zhao Feng's face darkened. Based on just one video, he knew too little information, and he couldn't determine the danger. "I personally explored these ruins. Although the style of the buildings is that of the Heavens legacy race, my guess is that this was the residence of a powerful god I descendant in the ancient era or ancient era. After all, many powerful factions of the time had dealings with the Heavens legacy race, borrowing the crystallization of their intelligence. Moreover, you also know the trading mode here. My cultivation should be about the same as yours. The fact that I was able to safely return after exploring the ruins to a certain extent proves that the level of danger inside isn't too great." That person said, smoothly. After all, he had come here to make a trade, so he must have already thought of an excuse. Moreover, his explanation revolved around 2 points. The first was profit, and the second was safety. These were the 2 points that others placed the most importance on. "Why don't you go to the mission exchange?" Zhao Feng asked after hearing this. "If I do that, this ruin will be completely exposed, and my identity will also be exposed. I might even be hunted down by experts. In addition, I only need 2 or 3 teammates. This way, we can both maximize the benefits. Thus, the secret exchange castle is the best place to issue this mission." Zhao Feng thought for a few moments. He wouldn't completely believe this person's words, so he could only use them as a reference. From what he could see, exploring these ruins truly wasn't very dangerous. The fact that someone with this memory could come back alive was the best proof of that. Even if he was hiding something and there was some danger, Zhao Feng didn't mind. He was confident that his trump cards would be able to resolve the danger. In truth, Zhao Feng had already intended to accept this mission. He just wanted to know more. "I'll tell you the truth. I suspect that this place is the residence of a powerful god I descendant because the intent crystals I obtained there all contain intents related to the 8 great god eyes." The voice spoke once more. Zhao Feng's mind trembled. He couldn't completely believe the other party's words. But based on Zhao Feng's conjecture, that place was very likely to be the residence of a god I descendant in the ancient era, perhaps even the ancient era. If this really was the case, the things hidden within were probably related to the 8 great god eyes. Perhaps he could even obtain information regarding the 9th god eye. In addition, this was the god eye assembly, and almost all the eye bloodlines here originated from the 8 great god eyes. One could easily imagine the usefulness of these ruins to them, so most people found it very difficult to refuse this offer. I said before that I only need 2 or 3 teammates. Of the 11 people here, 5 have already accepted this mission, but I still need to choose the most suitable teammates. The turbid voice spoke once more. Okay, I'll accept this mission. Zhao Feng thought for a few moments before agreeing. Firstly, the other party would also choose the most suitable people from the many people who had accepted the mission. Zhao Feng would be able to obtain even more information from this filtering process. If he discovered anything suspicious along the way, he could reconsider. After all, if he didn't explore the ruins, the other party couldn't do anything to him. Zhao Feng had traveled with the life-sacred land, and he himself was a spiritual race disciple. I need to sign a blood contract with you to guarantee that this matter won't be leaked to anyone else. The other party made a request. This request felt like he was protecting Wang Chong. Zhao Feng didn't care and signed the contract. Okay, take my message token. We'll contact you after the transaction is over. The person placed a message token into Zhao Feng's ball of light. Zhao Feng immediately took out the message token and inspected it. In the end, he discovered that this was just a simple message token, and its range of communication was extremely limited. There was nothing suspicious about it. Zhao Feng put this matter aside and continued to browse through the items in the other balls of light. Eye-sealing art. Zhao Feng's divine sense paused on the item in the 5th ball of light. This is a secret art that can seal the power of eye bloodlines. The clear voice of a woman said, by sealing the power of an eye bloodline and unsealing it at a crucial moment, it might serve as an unexpected trump card. Of course, Zhao Feng had also heard that the eye shrouding art could make eye bloodline phenomena return to normal. If these 2 secret arts were used together, the effect would be even greater. What do you need? Zhao Feng straightforwardly asked. The eye-sealing art was exactly what Zhao Feng needed at this moment. I need a space-time eye bloodline technique, the other party replied. From this, one could tell that this person was either a descendant of the Eye of Space-Time or was related to it. Zhao Feng couldn't help but rejoice. He just so happened to have 2 space-time eye bloodline techniques, both of which originated from the space-time robe. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Feng decided to take out the higher-level space-time seal for the transaction. Your eye-sealing art is far from enough to trade for my space-time eye bloodline technique, Zhao Feng said in a matured tone. However, the other party clearly desired the space-time seal and was willing to take out a few more items. Zhao Feng then proposed the eye-shrouding art. Coincidentally, the other party had this secret art, so the 2 smoothly completed the transaction. As Zhao Feng browsed through the items in the other balls of light, he split off a part of his mind and began to comprehend the 2 secret arts. After a rough scan, he discovered that the eye-sealing art was of a higher level, while the eye-shrouding art was of a lower level. This was because the eye-shrouding art was of a limited level and could not completely conceal certain powerful eyes. Nothing else caught Zhao Feng's eye in the following transactions, so he remained in this sealed dimension and began to comprehend the 2 eye bloodline techniques. After a long while, the transaction concluded. Only then did Zhao Feng leave and enter a small shop nearby. Only when he saw Xiahou Wu did Zhao Feng come out to greet him. How was it? What was the result? Zhao Feng asked with a smile. The people I traded with were probably all rank 7 ancient gods. I took a fancy to a few intent crystals containing wood intent, but the quality of my items was too low. In the end, I was barely able to trade for a few intent crystals. Xiahou Wu smiled, because he was a peak rank 6, only a step away from the ancient god level. Arranging for him to trade with an ancient god wasn't a problem. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be startled. He suddenly remembered that he had traded with a person in the 2nd ball of light for some wood intent crystals, and the other party had taken out a soul cultivation resource that truly wasn't much. So that person was Xiao Wu. Zhao Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Let's go take a look at other places. This God Eye Assembly is truly a rare event. We can't miss it. Zhao Feng said with a smile. The two strolled around and arrived at the Technique Exchange Pavilion. The techniques and secret techniques here were almost all related to the soul and the eye bloodline. The only drawback was that they were expensive. Zhao Feng had many god crystals, but as a rank 7 ancient god, he couldn't reveal too much wealth. Thus, Zhao Feng only chose a few techniques and eye bloodline techniques that he was interested in. Let's find an inn to rest for a while. Zhao Feng suggested. There were far too many talented people in the God Eye Assembly, so it was best if Zhao Feng didn't reveal his eye bloodline. Thus, he wanted to first comprehend the eye shrouding art and eye sealing art so that he could conceal his god's spiritual eye to a certain extent. Xiahou Wu had also gained quite a bit on his journey, so he expressed his approval. After that, the two of them each found a comfortable guest room and stayed in it. Swish! To save time, Zhao Feng entered the space-time robe dimension and began to cultivate these two eye bloodline techniques. 10 days later, Zhao Feng was more or less proficient in these two eye bloodline techniques and prepared to conceal his god's spiritual eye. Chapter 1294. First, Zhao Feng tried the eye shrouding art. As he circulated the technique, a strange ripple of energy came from Zhao Feng's head. Soon, the luster in his eyes darkened a little. At the same time, Zhao Feng's dazzling silver hair began to turn black, starting from the tail. But this was the end of the transformation, and nothing else happened. After a long while, Zhao Feng stopped circulating the technique and opened his eyes. The eye shrouding art can't hide the phenomena of my god's spiritual eye. Zhao Feng's expression was calm. He had already guessed at this point while familiarizing himself with this secret art. After all, Zhao Feng's eye had already reached the quasi-god eye level and had a chance of becoming the 9th god eye. Such a low-level eye shrouding art naturally couldn't hide the phenomena of his eye bloodline. Perhaps this secret art would be effective when the god's spiritual eye was golden. Zhao Feng then tried the second higher-level secret art, the eye sealing art. The eye sealing art primarily sealed off the abilities of an eye bloodline in its entirety, or perhaps only part of it. But considering how powerful the god's spiritual eye was, it was probably impossible to completely seal it. Thus, Zhao Feng only sealed one important point, the origin energy within the dreamy silver ball in his god eye dimension. When Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye transformed into dreamy silver, the fundamental change was the origin energy that he could freely control. As long as he sealed off this origin energy, the power of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye would greatly decrease. It would also be extremely difficult for others to sense the uniqueness of Zhao Feng's god's spiritual eye. BZZZZ, a complicated pattern formed from chaos origin divine power, floated within the god eye dimension, like a talisman. Zhao Feng controlled this seal and pressed it against the dreamy silver ball. Hisses! However, when the seal got close to the dreamy silver ball, it suddenly felt a strong resistance from within. This is a little difficult. Zhao Feng frowned slightly. He was already trying his best to suppress his origin energy. It was within his expectations that the eye shroud spell was ineffective. But if the eye sealing spell was ineffective, then that deal would be too much of a loss. By the way, I have comprehended some sealing ultimacy before. Zhao Feng suddenly thought of this. Back then, he had comprehended a bit of the sealing profundity, and when he broke through to the ancient god realm, this profundity had reached the second stage. Although the power of the profound meaning was low, if it was fused with the sealing technique, it should produce a qualitative change. Thinking of this, Zhao Feng circulated the ultimacy of sealing and merged it into the sealing secret technique. Immediately, the chaos origin divine power pattern on the talisman paper suddenly enlarged, and every line became more solid. The sealing technique's power had increased significantly. Zhao Feng continued sealing. This time, the sealing technique successfully enveloped the dreamy silver ball. Buzz! Zhao Feng's dreamy silver eyes gradually dimmed, as if they had lost their liveliness and vitality. The same was true for his dazzling hair dancing in the wind. Previously, anyone who saw Zhao Feng's left eye and hair would find them extraordinary. Now, they were no longer so eye-catching. Zhao Feng entered seclusion for a while. Previously, because he cultivated 5 elements, wind, lightning, and space-time intents, he had given up on the extremely difficult sealing intent. But now that he cultivated the Chaos Heaven Void origin technique, the more intent he comprehended, the more powerful the technique would be. Moreover, sealing intent was extremely useful, and Zhao Feng was rather interested in it. Thus, Zhao Feng took out a few god sealing stones and began to comprehend the intent energy within them. After another 30 days, he received a message from Xiahou Wu and finally ended his seclusion. But in the outside world, only 4 days had passed. The God Eye Assembly is only open for a month. We can't waste it. Xiahou Wu straightforwardly said. The God Eye Assembly was extremely vast, and the two had only been to a corner of it. Let's go and see the battles between the other Eye bloodlines. Xiahou Wu suggested. As an Eye of Life descendant, he spent most of his time in the life-sacred land, so he hadn't seen many God Eye descendants. The stronger ones could be counted on one hand, but the God Eye Assembly was different. The descendants of the 8 great God Eyes and all other Eye bloodlines were gathered here, and there was no restriction on cultivation. Okay. Zhao Feng nodded. He had given up on body tempering and chose to focus on cultivating the soul and Eye bloodline techniques. By watching the battles of other Eye bloodlines, he could naturally comprehend many things and even copy their Eye bloodline techniques. Although his origin energy had been sealed, limiting the abilities of the god's spiritual eye, it didn't have much of an effect on copying and learning. The two didn't need to travel for long before they discovered a massive square-shaped palace that was seething with excitement. But this was just an ordinary dueling ground. Inside, one could choose any opponent and temper one's strength while also being challenged by others. Let's go to the large arena. We can see the battles of true experts there. Xiahou Wu was rather excited. The large arena had a prize system. The higher the number of battles, the greater the reward, so the battles inside were even more exciting. The two quickly found a large arena cast in black gold and surrounded by statues of gods and devils. The arena was surrounded by a tough array. Zhao Feng estimated that not even the green-spotted elder leading the team would be able to break through it. Boom! Red and black light shot into the sky from within the array and collided. Let's go in and take a look. Xiahou Wu appeared rather excited. After that, the two of them paid a huge entrance fee and entered the huge arena. The moment they entered, Zhao Feng heard deafening cheers and shouts. Two people were fiercely clashing on the enormous gray stone arena. One of the combatants was a short-haired, middle-aged man. He was a rank 7 ancient god, and his dark silver eyes exuded profound space intent. His opponent only had an ordinary Eye bloodline. His main advantage lay in his vast experience and powerful cultivation. Extreme Space Blade. The short-haired, middle-aged man's eyes gathered powerful space-time profundity and metal profundity. The two combined and instantly formed a silver void blade. Dish! In a flash of light, the silver blade suddenly vanished. A moment later, the muscular middle-aged man's chest was pierced through, causing blood to spurt out. He was already covered in wounds, and now that this attack had struck a vital point, he was powerless to continue fighting. In the end, the referee declared the muscular middle-aged man's defeat. So fast! Zhao Feng's heart thumped in surprise. This short-haired man's extreme space blade was even faster than his void space eye slash, but it was a little weaker. If one wasn't on guard against it, they would find it almost impossible to dodge. Of course, his opponent had the Eye of Space-Time, and his mastery of two intents surpassed Zhao Feng's. Coupled with the Eye of Space-Time, It wasn't too surprising that he could use such an eye bloodline technique. Lin Qingwu's Eye of Space-Time is so powerful. He's already won 14 matches in a row. Look, his 15th opponent is coming. Very soon, the staff of the arena arranged for the next person to fight. This was a tall and mighty ancient god expert with the head of a lion. His eye bloodline was rather ordinary, but his cultivation was at the peak of rank 7 ancient god. The moment he stepped onto the stage, he began to exude a suffocating killing intent that had killed countless people. It's Meng Wu. Meng Wu originally had a bloodline, and by some lucky coincidence he obtained an eye strength bloodline. Moreover, he's extremely powerful, almost invincible among rank 7 ancient gods. The experts who had participated in the God Eye Assembly more than once had some impression of this lion-headed man. It seems like Lin Qingwu is going to lose. Not far away, a slightly joyful voice sounded. The nearby spectators couldn't help but look over. It seemed like the person speaking had some sort of grudge with Lin Qingwu. Zhao Feng saw that the speaker was a young man with a rather bewitching white face, and his black eyes sparkled with white light. But in a flash, Zhao Feng's eyes fell on a black-armored, middle-aged man with a single horn on his head. This person's eyes casually scanned the area, and they suddenly stopped on Zhao Feng. With a shocked expression, he called out, "Zhao Feng!" "Long time no see." Zhao Feng gave a faint smile. He hadn't expected that the first familiar person he would meet in the ancient, desolate realm of gods would be demigod destruction of the non-humans in the continent zone. Back then, Zhao Feng felt that demigod destruction had the greatest talent and potential among the non-humans. As expected, this person quickly arrived at the ancient, desolate realm of gods and was already a rank 3 true god. "I didn't think that I would run into you here." Demigod destruction coldly smiled, a hint of hostility in his eyes. "Zhao Feng, true god Cloudbreaker, you recognize him?" The bewitching youth's eyes were first filled with surprise, and then he looked in confusion at demigod destruction. As it turned out, after coming to the ancient desolate realm of gods, demigod destruction had changed his name to Cloudbreaker. In the continent zone, he was the #1 descendant of the Eye of Destruction, so his title of destruction wasn't a big deal. However, there were far too many experts in the ancient, desolate realm of gods with the Eye of Destruction. If he used the title of destruction, he would probably be hunted down by the descendants of the Eye of Destruction. "Yes, young Master Hai. He and I came to the ancient, desolate realm of gods from the same dimension," true god Cloudbreaker respectfully said. "Oh, as it turns out, the Xiling Zone's Zhao Feng came from a low-level outer dimension." Young Master Hai had a playful look on his face, his words tinged with derision. Zhao Feng was taken aback. He didn't seem to recognize this person, but this person seemed to have some hostility toward him. "I heard that you directly attained rank 6 of the heavenly divine realm, but for you to reach rank 7 so quickly is probably a fabrication of the Xiling Zone." "Young Master," Hai continued, "the Antian Zone was adjacent to the Xiling Zone, so he had heard the rumors about Zhao Feng. He had never believed that such a genius existed, but it was now apparent that it was all fake. How could anyone immediately reach rank 7 after becoming a rank 6 true god? Now that he heard from true god Cloudbreaker that Zhao Feng came from a low-level dimension, he was even more skeptical and disdainful. "What? Rank 6? Rank 7? True god Cloudbreaker was dumbstruck. Just a moment ago, he had been thinking about seeking out Zhao Feng for a spar. After all, the two of them belonged to opposing dynasties in the continent zone, and Zhao Feng's eye bloodline was extremely mysterious, even suppressing his Eye of Destruction. After coming to the ancient, desolate realm of gods, he quickly attached himself to a 5-star faction of the Antian Zone, allowing his cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. He was now a rank 3 true god. But Zhao Feng was now an ancient god. True god Cloudbreaker had a dazed expression. It was clear that he had been dealt quite a blow. At this moment, Zhao Feng sensed something strange in his interspatial dimension. He sent his mind in and found the token he had obtained from the secret exchange castle. First, I need to experience your strength. If you're too weak, you don't have the right to be my teammate. A low and deep voice came from within. Zhao Feng thought for a few moments, and then he suddenly turned to young Master Hai and smiled. If you don't try, how will you know? Chapter 1295. The mysterious person who had issued the secret mission wanted to see Zhao Feng's strength for himself. Zhao Feng needed to find someone to test his skills on so that the other party could see his strength. And at this moment, there was a person in need of a lesson standing in front of him. How will you know if it's real or fake if you don't try? Zhao Feng smiled and said to young Master Hai. The moment Zhao Feng said this, he used his message token to report his position to young Master Hai. You! Young Master Hai's face froze for a moment, and then he gave Zhao Feng a proud and disdainful look. Zhao Feng, this young Master Hai, is an extremely famous genius of the Antian Zone. Although he's not a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes, his star eye is still extremely formidable. Xiahou Wu calmly messaged Zhao Feng. He didn't know much about young Master Hai, but he had a good understanding of Zhao Feng's strength, so he wasn't worried and just wanted to give him a warning. Haha, it looks to me like you've gotten used to showing off in the Xiling Zone. Young Master Hai suddenly heartily laughed. Even if Zhao Feng had truly reached rank 6 of the heavenly divine realm, he had only recently broken into rank 7, so how strong could he be? Moreover, young Master Hai was extremely confident in his own strength. Still as reckless as ever. True God, Cloudbreaker snorted, and then he inwardly rejoiced. Now that he knew that Zhao Feng was a rank 7 True God, Cloudbreaker's pride had vanished into thin air. However, now that Zhao Feng was seeking death and challenging young Master Hai, he suddenly felt a little expectant that young Master Hai would torture and kill Zhao Feng. Since that's the case, let me test your skills. Young Master Hai's lips curled into a sinister smile. Young Master Hai, there's a gambling stage nearby. True God Cloudbreaker immediately said. Young Master Hai wanted to duel with Zhao Feng, but the rules of this arena were not suitable for the two of them to duel. Then let's go. Zhao Feng had a relaxed expression. What's going on? Young Master Hai wishes to duel with someone from the Xiling Zone? Isn't that Zhao Feng? Zhao Feng is going to compete with young Master Hai from the Antian realm. Everyone in the arena was an eye bloodline expert from the 2 zones. On the other hand, Zhao Feng and Mr. C were very famous in their respective regions. The clash between the two had attracted the attention of some people in the arena. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhao Feng and Mr. C made their move and headed straight for the duel arena that was not far from the arena. In a certain part of the arena, 3 black-clothed people stood together. One of the black-clothed men with a sinister expression took out a medallion. What a coincidence! The other person who accepted the mission is also here. The black-robed man couldn't help but smile. Ancient God Black Extreme, your fish has taken the bait. A one-eyed man with the eye of myriad forms asked with a smile. But soon after, Ancient God Black Extreme received another message. I'm already heading to the gambling, dueling ground to fight with a rank 7 True God. All right, I'll be leaving first. With these words, Ancient God Black Extreme took his leave. After paying the average quality God crystals, Zhao Feng and Mr. C entered the gambling, dueling ground. Following the 2 of them were Xiahou Wu, Mr. C's companions, and a small number of spectators in the arena. If not for Lin Qingguo and Meng Qi's fight, even more people might have come. There were 4 fighting stages in the gambling, dueling ground, and 2 of them were currently being fought. Both of you, please take out your wagers. The referee said. Swish! With a flip of his hand, Zhao Feng produced 10 multicolored crystals. These 10 profundity crystals are very useful for cultivators who have reached the 5th level of profundity. Zhao Feng handed the intent crystals to the referee. Such a high-level, profound crystal. The referee's eyes lit up as he took the intent crystals. The majority of ancient god experts only had around level 5 intent. This meant that these intent crystals were cultivation resources for ancient gods. Young Master Hai was taken aback. Zhao Feng truly had taken out a good item. My wager is the god-level high-class eye bloodline technique, Earth-Shaking Nova. Young Master Hai had a proud expression. His wager naturally had to be more valuable than Zhao Feng's. Moreover, he was destined to win this battle, so he didn't mind taking out such a precious eye bloodline technique as a wager. As you wish. Let's begin, Zhao Feng casually said. His primary purpose in coming here was to let the person who had issued the mission confirm his strength. He had no intention of getting anything good from young Master Hai. Young Master Hai's brow creased, and his expression flickered with displeasure. The eye bloodline technique he had taken out was far more valuable than the 10 intent crystals Zhao Feng had offered. But Zhao Feng didn't seem to care at all. In fact, he appeared completely uninterested. You may begin. The referee placed the wagers on the edge of the fighting stage, on a stone platform isolated by an array. At this moment, ancient God Black Extreme, hidden in the crowd, looked at Zhao Feng and young Master Hai and softly said, "Is that him? Although it's not one of the 8 great god eyes, his eye seems rather unusual." Ancient God Black Extreme was originally rather disappointed, but when his eye of death looked at Zhao Feng's left eye, he inexplicably became a little interested. Kaboom! On the stage, young Master Hai activated his stellar eyes, and a hazy layer of starlight appeared on his body. Star instant, young Master Hai sneered at Zhao Feng, and then his body transformed into a streak of starlight that vanished. In his view, not even Zhao Feng would be able to catch up to him with such a profound movement technique. Swoosh, swoosh, young Master Hai transformed into a weak streak of starlight that rapidly moved across the stage. His movements were extremely strange, occasionally making sudden turns, but his speed did not decrease in the slightest, making him very difficult to follow. Suddenly, the streak of starlight changed directions and shot toward Zhao Feng. Heavenly star explosion. Young Master Hai activated his stellar eyes, and a dazzling ball of starlight began to gather in his eyes. Boom! The ball of starlight shot out of his eyes, transforming into a massive ball of dazzling starlight that shot straight at Zhao Feng. At this moment, a spatial blur appeared on Zhao Feng's body. Boom! The destructive ball of starlight passed through Zhao Feng's body and annihilated everything. Wait, he escaped. Young Master Hai grimaced. At this moment, he sensed a powerful ripple of divine power behind him. The ish! Mr. C's body suddenly turned and flew in another direction. Then a dark and chaotic palm light whizzed past and smashed into the distant spirit formation, giving rise to a series of explosions. Boom! Bang! Crash! The two clashed back and forth, terrifying ripples of energy erupting from the stage. How marvelous! Young Master Hai is skilled in star intent and has a brilliant movement technique that allows him to move extremely quickly, but Zhao Feng is skilled in spatial blink. Some of the spectators cried out in surprise. To think that Zhao Feng would be this strong. True God Cloudbreaker had a rather gloomy expression. Anyone who could exchange blows with young Master Hai could no longer be considered an ordinary rank 7 ancient god. This person's eye bloodline techniques target both the physical and soul dimensions, and his movement technique is rather troublesome. Zhao Feng, calm down. Let's see how you'll dodge now that I've made space unstable. Young Master Hai bellowed, his eyes surging with astonishing eye intent. At the same time, powerful star intent and weak space intent began to pulse. Star Flurry Slaughter. Young Master Hai's eyes began to madly revolve. At the same time, the images of stars of various sizes appeared around him, transforming the stage into a world of stars. Boom! Suddenly, all the stars exploded, and a destructive storm of energy filled the air. Zhao Feng immediately condensed a shield of chaos origin divine power, and a pair of golden wings unfurled from his back. He used the metal lightning radiance wings art to swiftly dodge. You can't use spatial blink now. Young Master Hai savagely laughed as he shot toward Zhao Feng in a streak of starlight. Star Blink was a high-speed movement technique that used star intent. It was far faster than Zhao Feng's metal lightning radiance wings art, and it was also unaffected by space intent. Earth-shaking nova. Countless tiny specks of starlight gathered together in young Master Hai's eyes, forming a white cluster of stars. What a powerful eye bloodline technique! Zhao Feng's expression chilled. At this moment, young Master Hai was like an enormous star hanging over his head, giving off the impression that he could crush down on the world. Good. Young Master Hai is going to win. The people of the Antian zone in the spectating area cried out in alarm. Haha, of all the people they could offend, they just had to recklessly seek out young Master Hai. True God Cloudbreaker jeered, his mind in a carefree mood. He's not a God Eye descendant, and his eye bloodline doesn't seem very strong. I might even lose this match. It seems like I'll need to keep looking. Ancient God Black Extreme sighed, somewhat angry. Suddenly, Ancient God Black Extreme sensed space-time intent, and his eye of death couldn't help but turn to Zhao Feng. Space-time seal. Zhao Feng's left eye locked onto young Master Hai and began to exude profound intent energy. A space-time intent that was both real and illusory descended on young Master Hai's body. Young Master Hai was just about to use his eye bloodline technique, but he suddenly slowed down by half a beat. This! Zhao Feng had long ago left the range of young Master Hai's eye bloodline technique. Brum! The earth-shaking nova suddenly appeared where Zhao Feng had been a moment ago. A shockingly powerful force raged in the void, causing the space to distort slightly. This is space-time eye bloodline technique. Young Master Hai was stunned, and he immediately used his space intent to weaken and counteract this attack. Based on what he understood, only a descendant of the Eye of Space-Time could use such a profound space-time eye bloodline technique. Chaos Origin Palm. Zhao Feng circulated his Chaos Origin divine power and fired off two enormous palms of dark and multicolored light. Young Master Hai hurriedly circulated his energy to protect himself while also taking out a high-quality defensive divine artifact. But because of time intent, he didn't even have time to activate the power of the divine artifact before he was struck by Zhao Feng's attack. Bang! Young Master Hai's body flew backward, the blood he vomited forming a bloody path. The power of the space-time eye bloodline technique has weakened. Young Master Hai forcefully stabilized his injuries. The sealing of his God Eye's origin energy had caused the power of Zhao Feng's eye bloodline technique to weaken. You can lose now. Zhao Feng blinked behind young Master Hai and fired off several more palms of energy. At the same time, his left eye flashed with a dreamy bolt of lightning. Kakrak! The chaotic divine power flowing light and the dark silver lightning flame wrapped Mr. C's body within. Mr. C's body flew backward and landed hard on the ground. His whole body was a bloody mess. Young Master Hai, how could this be? True God Cloudbreaker was frozen to the spot, a look of disbelief on his face. Xiahou Wu, on the other hand, only chuckled. Young Master Hai's loss to Zhao Feng was within his expectations. Such a profound space-time eye bloodline technique. Could it be related to the Eye of Space-Time? Ancient God Black Extreme was rather surprised as he speculated. At this moment, a black figure appeared at his side and asked, "How is it?" "It's not a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes. Ancient god black, extreme," flatly said. It's him?" An eye of myriad forms stared at Zhao Feng in surprise. Chapter 1296. It's him? An eye of myriad forms stared at Zhao Feng in surprise. "Ancient god, profound devil, you recognize this kid?" Ancient god Black Extreme was rather surprised. He was well aware that this group of people normally didn't recognize outsiders. When I was fleeing after stealing the Eye of Life, I encountered him and he even noticed me. Ancient god Profound Devil's expression darkened. "This kid isn't a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes, but he's skilled in space-time intent. If his eye can discover you while you're hiding, that means he's rather unusual." Ancient god Black Extreme's expression darkened as he began to think. From the outside, Zhao Feng's eye was already extraordinary, and coupled with his high-level space-time eye bloodline techniques and perception abilities, it was already close to the level of a god eye descendant. This person has some connections to the life-sacred land, so he probably doesn't know what I did back then. But just to be safe, I'll take him with me. This way I can seal everything up. Ancient god Profound Devil's face chilled, his eyes flashing with cold light. Then that's settled. Ancient god Black Extreme nodded, and the two left. Young Master Hai actually lost. Just what sort of eye does that Zhao Feng have that it can use such a powerful space-time eye bloodline technique? Cries of alarm rang out around the spectator stands. It was clear that the battle had ended too quickly, and the result had far surpassed their expectations. "Zhao Feng wins," the referee announced. The barrier around the stage was removed, and young Master Hai's attendants immediately rushed forward to help him up. "Young Master Hai, are you okay?" True God Cloudbreaker worriedly asked. "Damn, I actually lost," young Master Hai savagely said, his face stained with blood. Zhao Feng ignored young Master Hai, walked to the side, took the wager, and then left with Xiahou Wu. "Young Master Hai, why don't we send someone to keep an eye on that kid? Once he leaves the God Eye Assembly," a youth with triangular eyes immediately suggested. "Fool, he's a member of the spiritual race. And didn't you notice that the person walking with him is an Eye of Life descendant?" Mr. Hai scolded and kicked the young man. "What? The spiritual race? The life sacred land?" True God Cloudbreaker was stunned once more, his eyes somewhat dazed. In such a short amount of time, Zhao Feng had managed to enter the spiritual race, become friends with the people of the life-sacred land, and become famous in a major zone. Of course, True God Cloudbreaker had no idea that Zhao Feng was also quite famous in the Gulong Zone. After leaving the arena, Zhao Feng's consciousness entered the storage space and received a message. "Your strength meets my requirements. When will we meet?" Zhao Feng asked. What he wanted to do now was to get more information about the ruins from the mysterious man. "I'm currently confirming the other teammates. When it's time to meet them, I'll let you know." The other party immediately replied. Afterwards, Zhao Feng did not care about this matter anymore. Instead, he and Xiahou once again returned to the arena. By now, Lin Qingwu's battle had already ended. After asking around, they learned that Lin Qingwu had been defeated in just a few moves. After all, his opponent was very strong, and Lin Qingwu had already fought many battles. The two of them remained in the arena, observing the experts that were constantly challenging others. On one hand, Zhao Feng learned how to use eye techniques. On the other hand, he took out earth-shaking nova to comprehend. In his battle with young Master Hai, Zhao Feng sensed that the power of the earth-shaking nova was no ordinary eye bloodline technique. Using star intent to move at high speeds and collide with each other, creating a power that can destroy all. A few moments later, Zhao Feng understood this eye bloodline technique. The core is chaos and collision. Zhao Feng muttered to himself as he fell into deep thought. He did not possess star intent and could not use this technique, but Zhao Feng believed that his chaos divine power should be able to do the same. Zhao Feng began to run simulations in his mind, attempting to modify it into an eye bloodline technique that he could use. Boom! Bang! Crash! The one fighting on the stage was a rank 8 true god of incredible strength. That's right, it seems like I haven't seen any true peak experts yet. Zhao Feng suddenly said. He had only seen a few rank 8 true gods and rank 9 true gods so far. Would even stronger experts not participate in the God Eye Assembly? I heard that the place where they gather is different from ours. Xiahou Wu said after thinking for a few moments. Zhao Feng's expression chilled. It seemed like the God Eye Assembly had even stronger eye bloodlines, but he just hadn't encountered them or discovered them yet. How could experts of their level mingle with ordinary true gods? After observing the arena for 3 days, Zhao Feng and Xiahou Wu had learned a great deal. The two left and continued to roam the God Eye Assembly grounds. On the way, Xiahou Wu suggested to Zhao Feng that if he wanted to know how to use the power of his eye, he could go to the God Eye Heavenly Seeking Palace. There, after paying a certain amount of God crystals, he could ask a descendant of one of the 8 great God Eyes for guidance. If he paid enough God crystals, he could even ask a peak rank 9 ancient god or even a half-step god lord to personally instruct him. Although Zhao Feng was very tempted, he still refused. Ordinary ancient gods would be of little help to him, and those with too high a cultivation level might discover his identity as the 9th God Eye. Zhao Feng did not want to take this risk. What is that place? Xiahou Wu stopped and looked into the distance at a massive golden blue castle. This was the largest building in the area, and it was built in a grand and imposing style. God Eye Competition Ground. Zhao Feng looked at the golden words carved on a piece of red jade. Xiahou Wu indicated that he had never heard the elders of his clan describe this place, so he knew nothing about it. The pair walked into the God Eye Competition Ground. There were many guards at the entrance of the hall. When the two paid the god crystals, the guards said the God Eye Competition Ground has many competitive games. Once the number of participants reaches a certain number, the competition will begin, and the final winner will receive the prize. So that's how it is. Xiahou Wu's eyes flashed with deep interest. After entering the God Eye Competition Ground, the two appeared in another fantasy world. Between heaven and earth, there were spatial barriers everywhere, and within each barrier was a competition ground. The number of spectators was about the same as the God Eye Competition Ground they had stopped at. Zhao Feng, look over there. Xiahou Wu pointed at a massive crystal stele on the perimeter of the competition ground. The crystal stele listed all the current competitions, including the final prizes. Each competition was targeted at a different cultivation level. Of course, there were also some popular competitions with multiple venues suitable for people of different cultivation levels. Jade Water Sky Lotus Fruit, High-Class Eye Bloodline Technique Void Spear, Defensive Soul Technique Soul Suppressing Pagoda. Zhao Feng stared in shock at the grand prizes, his mind in turmoil. What astonishing prizes! Xiahou Wu also sighed in shock. Haha, this must be the first time the two of you have come here, right? A dark-skinned, middle-aged man revealed a set of white teeth. Every time you participate in a competition, you have to pay a huge amount of divine gems. Normally, the competition venue will only open for 8 people. The amount of divine gems paid by these 8 people is usually higher than the final prize. Therefore, the organizer can't lose money. The dark-skinned man seemed to have a deep understanding of this place. This also means that this is a competition between 8 people. Whoever wins will receive the god crystals paid by the other 7. Zhao Feng suddenly said, "Yes, that's exactly it." The dark-skinned man grinned and continued, "In addition, the competition here is extremely special. A normal participant will get stronger after the competition." The death track has already been decided. Someone suddenly said. The prize for the death track vanished from the crystal stele, and then another prize appeared. In an instant, several people hurriedly left and flew toward a barrier in the sky. One of them was the dark-skinned man. It seems very interesting. Xiahou Wu nodded with a smile. Right at that moment, another reward disappeared from the enormous crystal steel. Swish! A few words appeared again. The reward was profound crystal corresponding to level 5 wind profound. A wind profound crystal. Zhao Feng's eyes glimmered. 4 5 elements intent. He had 5 elements intent crystals. 4 wind lightning intent. He could use the lightning god crystal to comprehend it, but he lacked the resources to comprehend wind intent. Zhao Feng was instantly tempted. Impact field. His gaze swept across the competition that corresponded to the wind profound crystal. Xiahou Wu, I'm going to give it a try. Zhao Feng smiled, his eyes sweeping over the sky as he left. Xiahou Wu nodded, his eyes focused on the crystal steel as he searched for a suitable venue for his competition. Okay, it's impact field. In the back of the crowd, a man with 2 horns and dressed in shining black and gold armor grunted. Then he sent a message through an ordinary token in his hand. Impact field. He's fallen heaven, sacred lands, ancient god, departed spirit. Xiahou Wu stared in shock at the figure that had already gone far away. When Zhao Feng arrived at the impact field, a few people had already gathered, the majority of them spectators. 50 high-quality god crystals. A referee said with a smile. Okay. Zhao Feng was startled, but he quickly agreed. The god crystals required to participate in the competition were actually high-quality god crystals, and the amount was astonishing. But Zhao Feng's ancient dream realm had the peak 4-star faction of the blood flame Qilin race. So a trifling 50 high-quality god crystals was nothing. After paying the god crystals, Zhao Feng swiftly entered the field. At this time, there were already 5 people on the impact field. 3 more people were needed. Soon after, 2 more people entered. Swish! In the end, a black figure charged in, exuding a sinister aura of death that intimidated everyone. Ancient god, departed spirit. A large member of a race with the face of a serpent dragon immediately called out in alarm. The other people present also revealed looks of fear. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come in so quickly. Someone said with a mournful face. The man in shining black and gold armor stood at his original spot, his expression dignified and his eyes cold and arrogant. He completely ignored everyone else. At the edge of the God Eye competition field was a thin woman dressed in a black robe, her eyes white and misty. She had received a message from a token and raised her head to look into the distance. Impact field. The thin woman's eyes stopped at a certain place. Chapter 1297. Now that the 8 have arrived, we can begin. We will now draw lots, and the results will be decided in pairs. The referee walked into the competition area and announced. The 8 drew lots, and Zhao Feng drew number 8. Number 1 will fight against number 2, number 3 will fight against number 4, and so on. The referee pointed at the 4 arenas in front of him. The moment he finished speaking, ancient god departed spirit flew to the first stage with a whoosh and quietly stood there. It's over. It's ancient god departed spirit. The muscular man with the dragon's head seemed to have been struck by lightning, but he still walked onto the arena. No matter what, with ancient god departed spirit's appearance in this competition, he still had no chance. It didn't matter if he lost early or late. The other people in the nearby arenas also had grave expressions. 4 matches will be held at the same time, for people will be eliminated. The referee loudly announced, and then he took out 4 black balls the size of a normal human head. I'll first explain the rules of the competition. Both sides can only use this Heaven Yuan ball to attack each other. If one side is unable to send the ball back, they will lose. Remember, you cannot directly attack your opponent. You can only pour your energy into the Heaven Yuan ball to attack your opponent. The referee's explanation was extremely simple. Everyone participating in this competition had at least read the rules or watched the matches here. Moreover, the rules of the competition were extremely simple and clear. Heaven Yuan ball. Zhao Feng's eyes twinkled as he stared at the small ball. He remembered that there was a primary material for forging high-quality divine artifacts called Heaven Yuan Divine Iron Organ. It seemed like this ball was made from Heaven Yuan Divine Iron Organ. This ore was extremely compatible and could store enormous amounts of energy, but it was also extremely tough. Even a rank 8 true god would find it very difficult to destroy it. Kid, let's have some fun. At the very least, we paid 50 high-quality god crystals. A man with blue eyes and blue hair across from Zhao Feng said with a smile. In his view, ancient god departed spirit would definitely win this time, but he had also paid so many god crystals that he wanted to play a little longer. Zhao Feng ignored him. Although ancient god departed spirit had the eye of death and possessed extraordinary strength, this was not a life-or-death duel, so he was not invincible. Begin! The referee announced the start of the competition and threw the 4 balls in his hands at the first person in each of the 4 arenas. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One of the black balls fell into the hands of the green-haired man opposite Zhao Feng. He immediately circulated his eye bloodline, and a powerful intent of wind gathered around the black ball and controlled it. Tornado kill. The green-haired man's azure eyes began to revolve, and countless tiny white wind blades appeared around the black ball. Xiao! With the speed of a gust of wind, the black sphere slashed towards Zhao Feng with countless tiny blades. Zhao Feng hadn't read the rules of the competition in detail, but through the judge's explanation and the green-haired man's actions, he could guess it. Boom! Zhao Feng's chaos divine power surged as he struck out with his palm. At that moment, a portion of the wind profundity on the black sphere was dispersed by Zhao Feng. He absorbed a portion of it and converted it into chaos essence divine power that rushed towards the azure-haired man. What a powerful force! The expression of the azure-haired male changed dramatically. He circulated his divine power and his eye bloodline to block the black ball and send it back. It's over. Zhao Feng circulated his vast chaos essence divine power and fired off another palm. Hisses! Shrouded in twisted and chaotic divine power, the black ball shot forward like a destructive cannonball. Damn! The azure-robed man circulated his divine power, but he was still unable to block the black ball. Boom! Bang! The black ball broke through his blockade and slammed into the ground behind him. At the same time, on ancient god departed spirit's side, Death Spear! Ancient god departed spirit used his eye of death to condense a pitch-black spear shrouded in death energy around the black ball. Oh no! His opponent grimaced and dodged, not daring to receive the ball. Boom! Bang! The black ball, suffused with death, intent struck the special ground behind him, leaving behind a gray hole. As expected, no one here is a match for ancient god departed spirit. As expected of death intent, it can actually damage the competition ground. The 2 people fighting next to ancient god departed spirit couldn't help but sigh in shock, because everyone was paying too much attention to ancient god departed spirit. Very few people realized that Zhao Feng's match had ended before ancient god departed spirits. You're not bad. At this moment, ancient god departed spirit suddenly turned to Zhao Feng and whispered. The first round quickly ended, leaving only 4 people for the second round. Chaos Origin Divine Palm. Zhao Feng pushed out a massive palm of dark and multicolored light that engulfed the black ball and crushed it forward. How could he be this strong? The woman in red paled as she hastily tried to defend. Boom! Bang! Crash! Zhao Feng continued to use Chaos Origin Divine Power, perfectly controlling the black ball. Each attack was extremely powerful, and when combined with the god's spiritual eye, he attacked the weakest points in the woman's defense. In less than 5 moves, the woman in red was defeated. Only now did everyone realize just how powerful Zhao Feng was. Even if you beat me, you'll still lose to ancient god departed spirit, the woman in red viciously said. Interesting. On the other side, ancient god departed spirit used his supreme strength to defeat his opponent. From the first battle, he could tell that Zhao Feng's strength was abnormal. He originally wanted to use this competition to show the mysterious person who had issued the mission his strength, but he didn't expect to run into an opponent who could put up a fight against him. Okay, next up is the finals. The referee called out. Whoosh! Ancient god departed spirit went straight to Zhao Feng's side, the two staring at each other from a distance. Who's that kid? He seems to be pretty strong. He's Zhao Feng of the Xiling Zone. You might not have heard of him, but he directly attained rank 6 of the heavenly divine realm, broke into rank 7 in 1 year, and even defeated an ancient god expert of the blazing gold race. A young ancient god from the Xiling Zone immediately said, Ha! Directly breaking into rank 6? Do you think I'm a fool? Even if it's true, he just broke into the ancient god level. He's no match for ancient god departed spirit. Some of the spectators were already arguing. Some of the people of the Xiling Zone were also not optimistic about Zhao Feng's chances, but they still hoped that Zhao Feng could defeat ancient god departed spirit of the Antian Zone. I hope that you can let me play a little longer. Ancient god departed spirit gave a sinister smile, black mist madly surging in his pitch-black eyes. Let the finals begin. At this moment, the referee tossed the ball to ancient god departed spirit. Death spear. Ancient god departed spirit's eyes surged with black mist, and the black ball was immediately wrapped in death intent energy and transformed into a lethal black spear. Dish! Under ancient god departed spirit's control, the spear carried the black ball with it as it stabbed at Zhao Feng. Chaos origin divine palm. Zhao Feng's expression was solemn as he unleashed a palm of dark and chaotic energy. It's useless. Your divine power will gradually wither under my death ultimacy. Ancient god departed spirit chuckled. But a moment later, the black ball was intercepted by Zhao Feng. Boom! Chaos origin divine power fiercely clashed with death divine power. But in the end, Zhao Feng managed to suppress all the death intent. How? Ancient god departed spirit was rather surprised. Using divine power, Zhao Feng managed to block it without much difficulty. Carefully sensing it, ancient god departed spirit realized that Zhao Feng's divine power contained many intents, and they were of a very high level. Moreover, all these intents were linked together, complementing each other's strengths, creating a tyrannical and unique divine power. Chaos origin divine power alone isn't enough to deal with him. Zhao Feng's left eye surged with ripples of eye intent. Boom! As he hurled the black ball at ancient god departed spirit, Zhao Feng's left eye suddenly activated. A purple-silver lightning flame surged out of it and exploded toward ancient god departed spirit. Soul eye bloodline technique. Ancient god departed spirit was rather surprised. The soul eye bloodline technique Zhao Feng displayed was extremely explosive. Death coil. Countless black ribbons extended from ancient god departed spirit's eye and began to wrap around the black ball. The powerful death divine power slowly ground away at the remaining energy in the black ball. Go for me. Ancient god departed spirit controlled the black ball and once more attacked Zhao Feng. The death divine power on the black ball madly pulsed, and like a moving black hole of death, it devoured and pulverized everything that got close. As expected of one of the 8 great god eyes, even my basic chaos origin divine power finds it hard to resist. Zhao Feng said to himself. He once more activated his left eye, and a weak space-time intent began to spread out. Immediately, the speed of the black ball slowed down a little. Such a phenomenon naturally attracted the attention of others. Space-time intent. Ancient god departed spirits expression darkened. Space-time intent was no weaker than his death intent. Under the influence of space-time intent, the black ball was easily controlled by Zhao Feng. Dish! Spatial blurs flickered around the black ball, and then it shot toward ancient god departed spirit. So fast! Ancient god departed spirit hastily activated his Eye of Death. I'll use you to test out my new move. Zhao Feng's eye surged with eye intent. A distorted ball of chaotic light shot out from it and entered the black ball. Boom! Dish! The black ball seemed to go berserk, carrying with it an extremely unstable and terrifying energy as it charged forward. Ancient god departed spirit hurriedly used his Eye of Death to try to extinguish the energy in the black ball. But suddenly, bang! The black ball exploded with unprecedented berserk energy that drove away all the surrounding energy. Earth-shaking nova! Zhao Feng's left eye returned to normal. At the same time, thump! The black ball pierced through ancient god departed spirit's defense line and smashed a deep hole into the ground. All was silent. After a long while, cries of alarm and doubt exploded out. Ancient god departed spirit actually lost. Truly unbelievable. The competition had ended far too quickly, and the result was even more surprising. In the distance, Xiahou Wu faintly smiled. He could naturally see that the eye bloodline technique Zhao Feng used just now was something he had learned from young Master Hai. In the crowd at the edge of the god eye competition ground, the black-clothed woman sneered. He actually lost. Although ancient god departed spirit was very strong and completely met her requirements, he had still lost to someone with an unknown eye bloodline. At this moment, ancient god profound devil arrived. How was it? Ancient god profound devil whispered. The members have been confirmed. The slim woman nodded. It's him. Use your Eye of Destiny and look at this person. Ancient god profound devil's attention was drawn to a certain part of the god eye competition ground. His eyes froze for a moment, and then he turned to the slim woman next to him and said, Chapter 1298. The slim woman didn't know why ancient god profound devil had such a reaction, but she still agreed. With her Eye of Destiny, it was easy for her to steal information from an ancient god who was not a descendant of one of the 8 great god eyes. Bzzz. The slim woman's eyes gazed into the distance, and an intent energy that bystanders could not sense fused with the world and the river of destiny. At a certain moment, the slim woman's eyes began to produce many blurry, multicolored images. Why can't I see them clearly? After a momentary pause, the slim woman put all her strength into her Eye of Destiny. But a moment later, the multicolored images in her eyes exploded with a primordial divine light. In the face of this divine light, the slim woman felt extremely insignificant, and her soul inexplicably trembled. A moment later, a backlash aimed at her soul, and the Eye of Destiny descended upon her body. At the same time, all the images in her Eye of Destiny vanished. On the other end, Zhao Feng suddenly felt like a pair of eyes in the world was staring at him, seemingly able to see into his past and future. Not even Zhao Feng's abilities could stop this spying. But within his God Eye dimension, the dreamy silver ball that had its power sealed suddenly began to radiate with a dazzling divine light. A moment later, the feeling of being spied on suddenly vanished. The Eye of Destiny. Zhao Feng muttered to himself. He had experienced this feeling before, so he could guess what it was. In addition, he could faintly sense a connection. Zhao Feng imperceptibly glanced down at a certain spot out of the corner of his eye. Humph! The slim woman snorted, her face ghastly pale as she wiped away the trickle of blood that had seeped out of the corner of her mouth. Let's go. the slim woman called out as she swiftly departed. Ancient God, Profound Devil was alarmed, but he ignored everything and left. Ancient God, Profound Devil had long ago become accustomed to trusting the slim woman's decision. After all, she was the owner of the Eye of Destiny. The two of them traveled some distance away. What's wrong? Ancient God, Profound Devil immediately asked. I failed. The slim woman grimaced. How could this be? Ancient God, Profound Devil was flabbergasted. It seemed like his companion hadn't seen anything. He might have some sort of special divine artifact or item on him that can prevent people from peeping into his fate. The slim woman pondered for a moment before replying. Her Eye of Destiny didn't see anything. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. However, she didn't even know the reason, so she could only come up with this explanation. There's such a treasure? Ancient God, Profound Devil began to think. It seemed like that person had many secrets. But I can confirm one thing. His eye has reached the quasi-god eye level. The slim woman said solemnly. How could that be? He's so young, and his eye bloodline isn't even one of the 8 great god eyes. So how could he reach such a level? Ancient God, Profound Devil was flabbergasted. Although they had acquired their eye bloodlines, their usage of them was even better than those with innate eye bloodlines. Even so, only a few of them had reached that level, and then their statuses had risen and their whereabouts were unknown. That's perfect. He's also one of the targets this time. Perhaps the higher-ups will be interested in his eyes. Ancient God, Profound Devil suddenly grimaced and sneered. Everyone's pretty much here. All of you go first. I need to rest for a few days. The thin woman's face was dark as she left. God Eye Competition Ground. Congratulations, you've won. The reward is 50 wind profound crystals. The referee handed the reward he had prepared to Zhao Feng. 50. Zhao Feng was taken aback. He hadn't expected for this many. In truth, if he had just one, he could use his God Eye to duplicate it and mass-produce it. However, he had sealed his origin energy, so his duplication ability was probably greatly limited. It's fortunate that this was the case, or else I might have been seen through just now. Zhao Feng quietly said to himself. He had to be on guard against the Eye of Destiny. Damn, you brat! Ancient God, Departed Spirits, sinister eyes stared at Zhao Feng. He had received a mysterious mission that required him to first see his strength, but he had lost to someone else in this competition. If this happened, he might even lose this important mission. At this moment, Ancient God, Departed Spirit's brow twitched, and he sent his mind into his interspatial dimension to receive a message. Ancient God, Departed Spirit breathed a sigh of relief. His strength had met the other party's requirements. Brat, let's spar again next time. After saying this, Ancient God, Departed Spirit left. The surrounding crowd stared in shock at Zhao Feng. They originally believed that Ancient God, Departed Spirit was certain to win, but in the end, even Ancient God, Departed Spirit was defeated. After receiving his reward, Zhao Feng left the competition ground. Zhao Feng, don't clash with Ancient God, Departed Spirit. Although you won the competition, it's hard to say what you'll do in battle. After all, he's skilled in death intent, so it's best not to provoke him. Xiahou Wu suggested, I need a batch of precious cultivation resources. I plan to go to various places to collect them. Zhao Feng nodded and said, Then let's part ways for now. Xiahou Wu naturally understood the meaning behind Zhao Feng's words and took the initiative to speak. The two parted ways, but Xiahou Wu seemed to be very interested in the God Eye competition ground and continued to stay. Whoosh! Zhao Feng transformed into a streak of golden light as he flew through the gathering area. In truth, when the competition ended, Zhao Feng had already received a message from that mysterious person. The other party had directly stated the location of the meeting. Thus, Zhao Feng was in such a hurry to leave. When he accepted this mission, he had signed a contract that prevented him from revealing this matter, so he could only make up a lie. He quickly arrived at a high class and surrounded by mountains and forests. Entering, Zhao Feng found an ordinary room and knocked on the door. "Please enter." A deep voice called out as Zhao Feng pushed open the door and entered. The room was gloomy, with only a few weak points of light. It appeared to be a special isolation array, but this did not affect Zhao Feng's vision. There were 3 people in the room: a beautiful woman with heavenly fragrance and beauty, a short-haired middle-aged man with a cold expression, and a black-clothed youth with a gloomy expression and pitch-black eyes. "That's the last person?" The soft voice of a woman and the short-haired middle-aged man next to her all looked at Zhao Feng. His strength should be all right. The beautiful woman paused for a few moments on Zhao Feng's eyes, and upon realizing that they were not of the 8 great god eyes, she tactfully said, "It's the Xiling zones. Zhao Feng." The short-haired man glanced at Zhao Feng for a few moments, and then directly said, Zhao Feng nodded. This short-haired man was Lin Qingguo, whom he had first met in the God Eye competition ground. He recognized Zhao Feng, perhaps because of his fame, or perhaps because of young Master Hai. The beautiful woman's expression did not change. It was clear that she did not know who Zhao Feng was. But when she saw that Lin Qingguo recognized Zhao Feng, she was certain that Zhao Feng could not be some nameless person, so she said no more. "I am Ancient God Black Extreme, the mission issuer," the pitch-black man indifferently said. After that, he briefly introduced everyone to each other. "Since you're all here, I presume that everyone hopes to explore those ruins with me." The black-clothed Ancient God Black Extreme said. Zhao Feng instantly knew that this was the person who had issued the mission. "Let's get to the point first." The beautiful woman chuckled and went straight to the point. Lin Qingguo nodded. Just like Zhao Feng, they did not completely trust Ancient God Black Extreme. They had only come here to gather more information so that they could make a final judgment. "Then I'll get straight to the point. I suspect that this is a ruin from the ancient era, perhaps even the ancient era where the descendants of the 8 great god eyes lived. I explored it alone, and the dangers I encountered were manageable." Ancient God Black Extreme slowly said. The other 3 slightly frowned, but they said nothing. "Of course, there were some dangers that were beyond my ability to deal with, but I managed to avoid them all. If the 4 of us travel together, based on everyone's opinion, we'll choose the most dangerous places to explore. As long as we're careful and quickly retreat when we encounter trouble we can't deal with, there won't be any major problems." Ancient God Black Extreme's expression darkened as he spoke. "What faction do you belong to? Why didn't you report this matter to the faction you belong to?" Lin Qingguo suddenly asked. Ancient God Black Extreme's faction was extraordinary, but they had never seen it before, so they were rather curious. "There are many hidden factions in the ancient, desolate realm of gods, but I can't divulge this information. If I were to report this ruin to the faction behind me, the benefits I would obtain would probably be much less than if we explored it together." Ancient God Black Extreme gave a greedy smile. "Since that's the case, you can slowly explore it alone and reap the benefits. Why invite us?" The beautiful woman's eyes flashed. "The dimension of this ruin is getting more and more unstable. It probably won't be long before it is exposed to the world. Thus, I plan to invite all of you to excavate as much as you can before the ruin is exposed." Ancient God Black Extreme indifferently said. The group chatted for a long time, during which Zhao Feng asked a few questions. "How about it? Accept or give up?" Ancient God Black Extreme faintly smiled as he looked at the trio. "I'll go." Lin Qingguo was the first to agree. Soon after, the beautiful woman also chose to accept. All of them were extremely interested in the ruins of the 8 great god eye descendants that Ancient God Black Extreme had mentioned. "I'm fine with it." Zhao Feng expressed his stance. Based on what he understood just now, this matter truly wasn't too big of a problem, and the level of danger wasn't too bad. The group decided on a time to set out and left. Once they were gone, the room regained its light and a faint fragrance wafted through the air. After a long while, a door opened not far from the room that Zhao Feng's group had just left. After that, a lively and delightful young girl in green clothes leaped out from within. Her skin was soft and creamy. Her exquisite features were beautiful and lively, and her pair of white eyes were full of vigor and vitality, making her seem innocent and pure. Her appearance immediately attracted the attention of many men in the vicinity. However, their eyes suddenly widened, revealing expressions of shock and infatuation. It turned out that within that room, another tall and slender woman in white slowly walked out. She had a head of fine black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Her face was ethereal and beautiful, and her pair of serene and deep white eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. She quietly stood there like a noble fairy from a beautiful landscape painting, causing one's mind to waver. Compared to her, the beautiful young lady from before seemed to pale in comparison. Big Sister Qin, you said that you were waiting here for someone, but we still haven't seen anyone. Are we going to leave? The lively and adorable girl asked. We've already seen them, and our business is done. It's time to go back. The white-clothed girl calmly smiled. Is that so? Big Sister Qin's eye of destiny is getting more and more unfathomable. The young girl looked up and revealed a puzzled expression. She then said enviously. Then, the two devastatingly beautiful women floated away. Chapter 1299. After leaving, Zhao Feng casually strolled around the God Eye Assembly. After buying a few cultivation resources, Zhao Feng found Xiahou Wu and informed him that he was leaving early. Xiahou Wu was flabbergasted, but seeing that Zhao Feng had no intention of giving a detailed explanation, he didn't ask any more questions. Zhao Feng then returned to his residence and entered the space-time robe dimension to cultivate for a while. One day, he received an order from ancient God Black Extreme to get up and leave. The God Eye Assembly was an independent dimension, so one naturally had to leave through a teleportation array. However, in order to prevent too many people from leaving at the end of the God Eye Assembly, there were many teleportation arrays. Moreover, the teleportation arrays were random, and the teleportation locations were within 2 designated zones. Before Zhao Feng even reached the teleportation hall, he saw Ancient God Black Extremes group. Let's go! Once Zhao Feng arrived, Ancient God Black Extreme called out, and the group vanished in a flash of light. A moment later, Zhao Feng's group of 4 appeared in the air above a swamp in the Xiling Zone. The ruins aren't far from here, Ancient God Black Extreme straightforwardly said, and then he led the way. Following that, the group flew at an extremely fast speed for more than 10 days, and only stopped when they arrived at a vast forest in the wilderness. This is the place, Ancient God Black Extreme said. Zhao Feng, Lin Qingguo, and the beautiful girl all felt their minds tremble. They were about to enter the God Eye ruins. If they encountered some sort of opportunity in there, their eye bloodlines would advance by leaps and bounds, and their strength would soar. Whoosh! Ancient God Black Extreme burrowed into the earth, and Zhao Feng's group followed. After descending a certain distance, Ancient God Black Extreme took out a black stone plate covered in profound inscriptions. Given their experience, they could tell that these were the characters of the Heaven's legacy race. Ancient God Black Extreme formed a spell, circulated his divine power, and then slapped the plate. The black stone plate suddenly exploded with a layer of black light. Brum! Suddenly the ground began to shake. Not far in front of them, a powerful space profundity surged. A concealment array. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. Ancient God Black Extreme began to pour in more energy, causing small tadpole-like characters to surge out from the stone plate. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Slowly, a space crack appeared in the area where space power Upanishad fluctuated, tearing space. The beautiful young woman was slightly startled. I told you that this space is very fragile, and those with too high a cultivation might not be able to enter it. However, it won't be too difficult for us to open up a sliver of a rift with our special tools, Ancient God Black Extreme immediately said. Buzz! White tadpole characters kept surging out of the black stone plate. Open! Ancient God Black Extreme once more poured his energy into the black stone plate. The tiny spatial crack also tore open a little bit. A moment later, a hole large enough for one person to pass through appeared. Whoosh! 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 Only after Zhao Feng's group of 3 entered did Ancient God Black Extreme rush in. As soon as the group entered the unfamiliar space, they immediately felt a chaotic aura descending upon them, causing them to hold their breaths. In front of him was a thick and gloomy mist. The world was dark and boundless, and all around him were piles of rubble of various sizes. In this place, divine sense was hindered by the gloomy mist and could not even see as far as the naked eye. We're currently on the perimeter of these ruins. There's basically no treasure here. After saying this, Ancient God Black Extreme began to lead the way. Whoosh! The group rose up and flew up, all of them rather impatient. Get down! At this moment, Ancient God Black Extreme suddenly called out, What's wrong? The beautiful young woman's brow creased. Of the group, she was the most worried about Ancient God Black Extreme, so she was extremely wary of him. Even in the perimeter, there are many Yao gods. Although they aren't very strong, there are many of them, and they all have ruthless temperaments. Ancient God Black Extreme immediately said. At this moment, the group's high-profile flight caused several powerful ripples of energy to appear nearby. There are foreign creatures. Kill them. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat. In the distance, the group could hear several excited and brutal roars. Afterward, Yao gods of various colors and shapes emerged from the ruins, exuding frenzied and ruthless expressions as they flew toward the group. What's there to be afraid of? They're just low-level Yao gods. The beautiful young woman landed and whispered. Moreover, killing Yao gods could obtain the intent crystals in their bodies. Can those low-level intent crystals compare to the treasures in the center of the ruins? Even if you want to kill, you should go hunt down those rank 7 Yao gods. Ancient God Black Extreme's expression darkened as he coldly rebuked. At this moment, 8 Yao gods had already arrived around the group, but they maintained a certain distance. Of these 8 Yao gods, one resembled the Eye of Death, and its aura was the strongest at rank 6. The other Yao gods were much weaker. Boom! Shio! Swoosh! All the Yao gods maintained their distance as they used eye bloodline techniques to attack Ancient God Black Extreme's group of 4. In a flash, rays of light, ice, and fire, accompanied by both physical and soul attacks, bombarded the group. Leave it to me. The beautiful woman grunted, her calm eyes immediately surging with astonishing eye bloodline energy. Her eyes became dark and gloomy, and a black circle slowly emerged within them. It was obvious that she had used a secret art to conceal the phenomena of her eye bloodline. The Eye of Samsara. Zhao Feng's eyes flashed. None of the others were pushovers. The beautiful woman had the Eye of Samsara and many battle-ready automatons. Zhao Feng had also witnessed Lin Qingwu's strength, and he was extremely strong. But what Zhao Feng feared the most was Ancient God Black Extreme, who possessed the Eye of Death. BZZZZ. The beautiful woman's Eye of Samsara slowly began to turn, and a dark yellow ripple of intent energy rippled out. Whoosh! 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 3 figures of different shapes and sizes emerged from her eyes, all of them Samsara immortal bodies. The moment the 3 of them appeared, they immediately used their powerful combat skills to block the attacks from all around them. Let's go first. Leave this to them. The beautiful woman straightforwardly said. Everyone understood what she meant. Samsara immortal bodies were immortal and indestructible. Even if they were surrounded and killed by many Yao gods, they would be revived by the beautiful woman's eye of Samsara. Moreover, these Samsara immortal bodies were only rank 5 and rank 6 true gods. Whoosh! Ancient God Black Extreme continued to lead the way, and the others followed. A Yao god with a faint red eye prepared to attack the group. Spatial flash blade. Lin Qingwu's gaze flickered, and a translucent white crystal blade slashed out, killing the Fey god. The group then concealed their auras and ripples as they traveled across the surface. Ancient God Black Extreme had explored this area before, so he was extremely familiar with the route and avoided the areas with the most Yao gods. Even so, it was inevitable that a few Yao gods would be alarmed. But the moment these Yao gods appeared, Lin Qingwu's eye of space-time would slay them. Suddenly, the ruins in the rear exploded, and a massive dark purple eye shot out. Everyone's faces chilled. This Yao god's energy was at the peak of rank 6. Intruder die. The purple Yao god immediately attacked Zhao Feng, who was at the very back of the group. The other 2 members of the group said nothing, but they kept a close eye on Zhao Feng. Bzzz. A dreamy mist flowed through Zhao Feng's left eye as illusion Dao energy began to seep out. The next moment, the ruthless Yao god froze on the spot, motionless. Illusion Dao eye bloodline technique. Everyone was alarmed, but Ancient God Black Extreme was the most surprised. Based on his intelligence reports, Zhao Feng's eye was skilled in perception and space-time eye bloodline techniques, but now he was displaying a formidable mastery of illusion arts. This left him extremely confused. Eye bloodlines could only develop in one direction, but Zhao Feng's eye seemed to be skilled in everything. Several days later, Ancient God Black Extreme's footsteps began to slow down. Okay, we're approaching the center of the ruins. Ancient God Black Extreme stopped. Now, it was surrounded by large ruins, with large, broken, and incomplete buildings. The buildings of the Heaven's Legacy race are also related to the 8 great god eyes. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. He had once entered a city of the Heaven's Legacy race and had a deep understanding of it. In his view, the buildings here were probably personally built by the Heaven's Legacy race, but the Yao gods here were all related to the 8 great god eyes. This filled Zhao Feng's mind with questions. When I was exploring this place, I discovered 3 treasure grounds, but I wasn't strong enough to explore them. Ancient God Black Extreme whispered. Then he displayed the situation of the 3 treasured lands in the form of a video. The first was the black pool of water that Ancient God Black Extreme had shown to Zhao Feng in the secret exchange castle. Many black, rhombus-shaped crystals floated within it. The second was a dilapidated building suffused with a strange fragrance. Ancient God Black Extreme hadn't gotten very close to it, but he had already discovered a rank 7 Yao god. There were probably even stronger existences within. The third place was a huge steel building. The unique ripples coming from it were extraordinary, and there were many Yao immortals around it. In the end, after some discussion, they decided to go to the first treasure ground. This was because that place seemed to be the least dangerous. Okay, Ancient God Black Extreme faintly smiled as he began to lead the way. Zhao Feng was constantly on guard, including his teammates. Suddenly, Zhao Feng focused his eyes on a certain place in the distance. Zhao Feng couldn't help but show a hint of surprise as he paused. What's wrong? The beautiful girl in front of him immediately asked. There's someone in that direction. Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he whispered. These words caused the other 3 to tremble in shock. There was someone else here besides the 4 of them? After a moment of surprise, the beautiful girl and Lin Qingwu stared with deep hostility at Ancient God Black Extreme. What are you looking at me for? Although I was the one who brought you here, I'll spread the news of these ruins so that others can come and explore it. Ancient God Black Extreme had an innocent look on his face. Zhao Feng, you might be mistaken. This place is dim, and divine sense is hindered. Ancient God Black Extreme looked at Zhao Feng, a cold light flashing through his eyes. The beautiful girl and Lin Qingwu's expressions slightly relaxed as they looked in the direction Zhao Feng had indicated. The chaotic and violent energy drifting through the world greatly interfered with divine sense, so it was better to use one's eyes to see further. Moreover, they were all God-Eye descendants, so they had better eyesight than normal people. But they saw nothing. The beautiful girl and Lin Qingwu looked at Zhao Feng with wariness in their eyes. Perhaps that's the case. Zhao Feng felt a little wronged. This was all he could say. His left eye possessed extremely powerful see-through and long-range vision. And after his God-Eye transformed into dreamy silver, these abilities were greatly enhanced, allowing him to see up to 300,000 to 400,000 li. The group continued forward, but none of them were calm, each with their own thoughts. It really wasn't that simple. Zhao Feng's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but become even more wary. Chapter 1300. After a while, a ruined building as tall as a mountain appeared in front of them. Just by looking at this ruined building, they could sense just how vast and mysterious it had been when it was whole. Under ancient God Black Extreme's lead, the group entered a small hole and burrowed into the ground. At first, they were surrounded by steel and stone, and the passage was narrow. But after a little while, they were surrounded by a complete crystalline wall. Although these ruins have been destroyed, the area below is still completely intact. The young lady's eyes flashed with sharp light. Meanwhile, Zhao Feng's eyes were carefully inspecting every inch in front of him. He discovered that the walls were extremely tough. Even a punch from him would be unable to leave a mark. Moreover, the walls had a significant effect on blocking divine sense. But what Zhao Feng was thinking about was just what had happened here. Just who could have reduced such a massive and sturdy building to such a state? This should have been a building built by the Heaven's legacy race, so why haven't we run into any arrays or traps? After traveling for some time, Zhao Feng finally voiced his doubts. The young lady and Lin Qingwu also had doubtful looks on their faces. They had heard a few things about the Heaven's legacy race's cities and legacies. Other than a few open areas, the rest of the area was heavily guarded by traps and arrays. Outsiders would find it very difficult to advance. I just so happen to be skilled in a few mechanisms and arrays. The path we're taking just happens to be one that I solved before. Ancient God Black Extreme flatly said. Lin Qingwu and the young lady were both startled. In the ruins of the Heaven's legacy race, Ancient God Black Extreme was skilled in mechanisms and arrays, giving him an advantage over everyone else. They needed to be on their guard. The group quickly arrived in front of a violet crystal door. There was a layer of light purple array formation barrier above it, sealing the entrance. Through the barrier, everyone could clearly see that behind them was an extremely wide space with silver-gray steel walls. There was a black pool in the center, and black liquid flowed in it. Occasionally, a few black diamond-shaped crystals would float on the edge of the pool. The barrier made it impossible for them to sense any energy, so they couldn't determine what this black pool of water was. However, these black crystals were undoubtedly intent crystals. This barrier contains Heaven's legacy arrays and mechanisms. I know how to solve it, but I found it very difficult to do it alone. Now that all of you are here, solving the array won't be too difficult. A smile appeared on Ancient God Black Extreme's cold and sinister face. What should I do? The beautiful young lady immediately asked. Ancient God Black Extreme told his method to the others. This mechanism array was extremely unique, containing both mechanisms and arrays. Back then, Ancient God Black Extreme was only one person, so he could only use one of them at the same time, so he was unable to break it. When the time comes, After I've deciphered the mechanism, the two of you will attack the three important points of the formation. After saying this, Ancient God Black Extreme took out the black stone plate and began to dispel the mechanism. The other three were each responsible for a key point of the formation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless tiny characters surged out of the black disk and burrowed into the huge purple crystal door. Immediately, the blurry patterns near the stone door shone with a dazzling light. Rumbling sounds could be heard coming from within, and the power of the formation before them seemed to have weakened significantly. At this moment, the three of them attacked simultaneously. Boom! When the formation shattered, a strong deathly aura surged over. Just this aura of death was enough to kill a rank one true god. This pond contains the power of death ultimacy. It's a death ultimacy crystal. The beautiful young lady was somewhat disappointed, but she still followed the others into the pool. Although death ultimacy crystals were useless to her and Lin Qinggu, these ultimacy crystals were of extremely high level. Moreover, death ultimacy was extremely rare, so ultimacy crystals were extremely valuable. They were more than enough to exchange for a large number of ultimacy crystals that they needed. The group entered, but Zhao Feng and Ancient God Black Extreme's footsteps slightly slowed. Boom! Suddenly, the black water in the pond exploded into the air, and a powerful, deathly aura swept through the area. The beautiful young lady, who was relatively close, was splashed with quite a bit of the black water. Many parts of her body immediately turned gray and began to slowly wither away, ruining her figure and beauty. When Lin Qinggu saw this, he relied on his profound space intent to dodge. Damn! The beautiful young lady grimaced. Death ultimacy was extremely unique. Even though she was a samsara immortal body, she found it very difficult to quickly repair the parts of her body that had been corroded by death ultimacy. Seeking death, you actually dared to come here? A furious roar, seething with death energy, resounded through the air. A huge black eye slowly floated up from the black pond. There were some pale white spots on it that pulsed eerily. This eye was in the shape of an eye of death, and it was 80% similar to a real eye of death. Around the black eye, there were a few black tentacles that extended into the black pool below. A rank 7 Yao god dares to act so impudently. The beautiful young lady was rather angry. Her eyes began to revolve, and a dark yellow mist emerged as an ancient god samsara immortal body appeared. This is simply an eye of death with intelligence. Lin Qingwu's eyes gleamed. Everyone knew that the birth of Yao gods was related to their surroundings and special objects. The Yao gods of these ruins were all in the shape of eyes. The Yao god before them could already be considered an eye of death. Everyone couldn't help but be curious as to just what sort of secret was hidden in these ruins related to the 8 great god eyes that allowed so many Yao gods to be born. Together, long-range attacks. Don't get too close. Ancient God Black Extreme suddenly bellowed. Everyone understood Ancient God Black Extreme's meaning. The black liquid in the pond contained death intent energy. Even an ancient god would be severely affected if they touched it. Chaotic Void Blade. Lin Qingwu's eyes flashed with silver light as countless white crystal blades began to condense in the air. Swish! In a flash, these countless white crystal blades had already begun to cut at the eye of Death Yao God's body. Black Torrent Extreme Light. Wind Lightning Eye Flame. Ancient God Black Extreme and Zhao Feng also used eye bloodline techniques to attack the eye of death. On the other side, the samsara immortal body summoned by the beautiful young lady gripped a golden sword and unleashed several massive bolts of light. Awoo! The eye of death, Yao God let out a miserable shriek as it was struck by the attacks of the 4 at the same time, which included both physical and spiritual attacks. Its body dimmed a little. Unforgivable. The eye of death, Yao God was enraged. unleashing waves of death energy into its surroundings. Other than ancient god Black Extreme, everyone else hurriedly circulated their divine power to defend. Boom! The Eye of Death, Yao God's aura suddenly soared, as if all the injuries it had just suffered had disappeared. At the same time, the enormous Eye of Death shot out thousands of black threads. Swoosh! The black filaments shone on the surrounding steel walls, leaving dark, gray dents. Swoosh! Lin Qingwu and Zhao Feng flickered back and forth in space, easily dodging everything. You can also use spatial blink. Lin Qingwu had a look of surprise on his face. On the other side, the beautiful young woman summoned many samsara immortal bodies to protect her. As a death god Eye descendant, ancient god Black Extreme was the only person capable of directly resisting death attacks. Everyone should have noticed that this Yao immortal is able to absorb the power of the death nectar in the pool. Unless we kill it instantly, it will quickly recover, Meng Chao said. Ancient god Black Extreme hurriedly said. Everyone nodded. They had discovered this a long time ago, but there was nothing they could do about it. They couldn't touch the pond water at all. Moreover, the value of the pond water was equivalent to the death intent crystals within it. It was the best cultivation resource for death intent cultivators, and none of them wanted to give up on this resource. In addition, there was a path behind this steel dimension, but it was covered in traps and arrays. If they wanted to pass through, they had to be very careful. If this Yao god got in the way, they might lose their lives to the traps. I actually have a way to move this black death nectar somewhere else. Ancient god Black Extreme suddenly gave a sinister laugh. Impossible. Lin Qingwu immediately rejected the idea. He had just tried to use space intent to move the death nectar away from the pond water. However, the moment his space intent entered the water, it would be destroyed by death intent, causing the energy to become unstable and preventing the transfer. Have you forgotten that the descendants of the 8 great god eyes all have their own origin dimension? And the origin dimension of my Eye of Death is a death dimension. It essentially contains some death origin energy. Ancient god Black Extreme began to explain. When everyone heard this, they instantly understood that this method was indeed feasible. However, the beautiful woman and Lin Qingwu did not say anything for a long time. Of the 4 present, only ancient god Black Extreme's death dimension could hold the black death nectar. However, they naturally didn't feel good about allowing ancient god Black Extreme to take away such a precious cultivation resource. All of you hold it down for now. Let me move the death nectar in the pond water into the death dimension. Ancient god Black Extreme gave a sinister smile. He then activated his Eye of Death, creating a powerful suction force that began to absorb the black death nectar. On the other side, the beautiful woman and Lin Qingwu remained silent, clearly agreeing. Slow down. Zhao Feng suddenly spoke. What? You don't agree with my method? I'm thinking for everyone's sake, and none of you can take away this death nectar. Ancient god Black Extreme jeered. I wholeheartedly agree. Zhao Feng smiled. Then you're still. Ancient god Black Extreme was rather angry. If this kid agreed, then why did he stop? What was the meaning of this? But before he could finish speaking, a cold black figure appeared at Zhao Feng's side. His right eye was shockingly the Eye of Death. Zhao Feng, you told someone else about this matter? After a few moments of shock, ancient god Black Extreme suddenly bellowed. Lin Qingwu and the beautiful woman also stared in shock at Zhao Feng. We signed a contract. If I told someone else, would I still be standing here unscathed? Zhao Feng had a look of disdain on his face. The others nodded. This truly was the case, but why, he's my clone. Zhao Feng answered their questions. A clone can also possess the Eye of Death? It seems like your secret clone art is extremely special. The beautiful lady's eyes sparkled, and she was extremely interested in Zhao Feng's secret clone technique. BZZZZ. At this moment, Zhao Wang began to imitate ancient god Black Extreme, using the Eye of Death to absorb the black pond water. A trifling rank 5 true gods origin dimension probably can't hold this level of death nectar. Aren't you afraid that the death dimension will be damaged? Ancient God Black Extreme mentally sneered. Chapter 1301. Haha, a trifling rank 5 true gods origin space probably can't hold this level of death liquid. Aren't you afraid that the death space will be damaged? Ancient God Black Extreme mentally sneered. Even he didn't dare to absorb too much of the death liquid too quickly. After all, the origin dimension was related to the Eye of Death. Once it was damaged, the Eye of Death would be heavily injured as well. But a moment later, Ancient God Black Extreme's expression froze. Zhao Wang's Eye of Death spun crazily, and it was like a giant black whirlpool sucking away the death water in the pond. Its absorption speed was much faster than Ancient God Black Extreme's. How is this possible? Is he really not afraid of death? Ancient God Black Extreme's body went stiff in shock. On the other side, Zhao Feng, Lin Qingguo, and the beautiful woman were keeping the Eye of Death, Yao God, busy. Lin Qingguo and Lin Qingguo also discovered Zhao Wang's uniqueness. Compared to Ancient God Black Extreme, they hoped that Zhao Wang would get the majority of the death liquid. Ancient God Black Extreme, why are you so slow? You're even slower than Zhao Feng's clone. The beautiful girl's charming laugh made Ancient God Black Extreme's face turn ashen. Zhao Wang smiled and said nothing. Although he had only recently become a rank 5 ancient god, the Staff of Death Curse, the high-level resources of the ancient dream realm, and the guidance of an expert had allowed him to reach the peak of rank 5, not far from rank 6. At that moment, he had already obtained the initial recognition of the Staff of Death Curse and could unleash a portion of its power. Inside the death dimension, every drop of death liquid that entered would automatically flow around the Staff of Death Curse. After spinning once, it flowed into the Staff of Death Curse. The Staff of Death Curse had been sealed under the God Seal tablet for many years, and its power had been greatly reduced. The death liquid was a great tonic for it. While absorbing the death liquid, the Staff of Death Curse would also lower a portion of the death liquid's quality and place it in the death space for Zhao Wang's use. Between the two, it was mutually beneficial. What's going on? Unless his Eye of Death has reached the quasi-god eye level, how else could he endure it? Ancient God Black Extreme was constantly observing Zhao Wang. Previously, he thought that Zhao Wang didn't know much about this, which was why he dared to absorb it. However, even after such a long time had passed, there was still no change to the other party. The rate at which he was absorbing the death liquid was still the same. At this moment, Ancient God Black Extreme's death dimension was already showing signs of reaching its limit. After a while, Ancient God Black Extreme was forced to stop absorbing. After glancing at Zhao Wang, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine the energy. However, when he opened his eyes again, there wasn't much death water left in the pond. The surface of the pond was filled with death, profound crystals. On the other side, the Eye of Death Yao God that was being held back by Zhao Feng and the others was gradually weakening. It's dying, Zhao Feng said in a low voice, then moved a few steps forward. Lin Qingguo and the beautiful young woman's expressions changed slightly. They moved closer to the pool to ensure that they would be able to obtain more benefits when the time came. At a certain moment, the three of them simultaneously attacked the Eye of Death Yao God. Boom! The Eye of Death Yao God's body gradually faded and then exploded. Whoosh! The beautiful young woman and Lin Qingguo began to run toward the dried-up pond. Zhao Feng pretended to approach the pond. His left eye focused on a certain place where the Eye of Death Yao God had collapsed. A spatial vortex slowly emerged. Above the spatial vortex was a pitch-black rhombus-shaped crystal that exuded thick death energy. This was the intent crystal inside the eye of Death, Yao God's body. But with Zhao Feng's eyes, he could see that within this rhombus-shaped crystal was a round ball, similar to an eye. It seemed like Zhao Feng was about to take this rhombus-shaped crystal. But ancient God Black Extreme's figure suddenly appeared nearby. He extended a claw, and the black mist around it exerted a powerful suction force that pulled the intent crystal out of Zhao Feng's range. This person's goal is... Zhao Feng's expression darkened as he used space intent to blink away. His left eye had noticed that this black rhombus-shaped crystal was rather unique, so he wanted to obtain it. But ancient God Black Extreme's goal from the start seemed to be the intent crystal inside the Yao God's body. Swish! Swish! Zhao Feng blinked away again and again as he approached the rhombus-shaped crystal and grabbed it. Brother Zhao has quite the skill. Ancient God Black Extreme saw that Zhao Feng had already obtained the intent crystal, so he made no further moves. On the other side, Lin Qinggu and the beautiful girl also stopped what they were doing and looked at Zhao Feng and Ancient God Black Extreme. Zhao Feng, what did you get? The four of us are working together for now, but you want to take all the good stuff for yourself? The two of them naturally knew that they had missed out on an even more precious treasure. This is the profundity crystal from the monster god's body. Its quality is much higher than the profundity crystals in the pool. If you are willing to give this profundity crystal to me, I will not take the profundity crystals in the pool. Zhao Feng showed no hesitation as he took out the intent crystal he had just obtained and showed it off. After saying this, Zhao Feng turned to Ancient God Black Extreme. In their view, the intent crystal in Zhao Feng's hand was just as he said, just of a slightly higher quality than the other intent crystals. But Ancient God Black Extreme seemed to know something, and it depended on whether or not he was willing to talk about it. If he didn't talk, the other two wouldn't object, so the intent crystal would end up in Zhao Feng's hands. But Ancient God Black Extreme's final words surprised Zhao Feng. I have no objections, Ancient God Black Extreme very casually said, but inside, Ancient God Black Extreme was coldly chuckling. Even if you can obtain everything here for now, it'll be mine when the time comes. Lin Qinggu and the beautiful young woman did not need these profundity crystals. They only saw the value of these profundity crystals. After weighing the pros and cons, they finally agreed. They felt that the one they needed to be the most wary of was Ancient God Black Extreme. Since Ancient God Black Extreme didn't care, they had no need to press Zhao Feng. In the end, Zhao Feng smoothly obtained the special intent crystal. Before placing it in his interspatial dimension, Zhao Feng activated his left eye and carefully examined it. He discovered that there was an eye of death within the intent crystal. Could the eye of death have mutated into a Yao god after the experts here died? Zhao Feng was confused for a few moments, but he put the matter to rest. Although he had only obtained this special intent crystal, Zhao Wang had also absorbed a large amount of death liquid. In the end, Zhao Feng had gained the most out of the group. The death intent crystal in the pool was quickly divided up by the other three. Only a few broken items were left, such as withered herbs and ores that had been drained of energy. Let's go. There's a path up ahead that should lead us to some other important place. Ancient God Black Extreme immediately said as he led the way. But the moment they reached this path, Ancient God Black Extreme stopped and began to advance step by step. I've already destroyed all the traps along the way, so we can proceed as we please, but we need to be careful from now on. It's best if you don't touch anything. Ancient God Black Extreme solemnly said. The others nodded. They didn't know what sort of divine being had lived in this place, but it had at least far surpassed their current level. They had no doubt that the traps here could instantly obliterate them. If Ancient God Black Extreme weren't skilled in mechanisms and arrays, they might have given up on exploring. After advancing for a little while, they encountered several forks in the road, but they knew nothing about them, so they could only let Ancient God Black Extreme make the choice. Along the way, they passed several rooms of various sizes. Some of them had been completely destroyed, but some Yao gods were still hiding within. In some of these dimensions, they discovered many precious resources containing death intent. Could this place have been the residence of a powerful Eye of Death descendant? The beautiful young woman's expression was somewhat impatient. Up to this point, they had only encountered things related to Death Power Upanishad, which irritated her a lot. That shouldn't be possible. We encountered quite a few Yao gods with destruction intent and life intent on the outside. Lin Chungu flatly said, "Everyone, these ruins are extremely large. There's no need to rush." Ancient God Black Extreme faintly smiled. The others nodded. At the very least, from the outside, these ruins truly did appear to be enormous. The obstacles of the mechanisms and arrays made their progress extremely slow, so they had probably explored less than 1% of the ruins. At this moment, above the ruins, nearly 10 figures floated over, their leader like a tower, his golden eyes extremely resolute. "Ancient God Giant Spirit, it's right below us." A young man with dark golden skin spoke with a smile on his face. This person was none other than the ancient god Gilded Gold, who had almost defeated all the remaining members of the spiritual race in the gambling match. "The source of destruction energy in my body is a fortuitous encounter from these ruins, but it's so heavily guarded that I don't have the strength to continue exploring it." Ancient God Gilded Gold continued. When he was out adventuring, he accidentally stumbled upon this place and obtained all sorts of fortuitous encounters, allowing him to break through into the ancient god level. In the end, he returned to his race and became the trump card of the gambling match. Alas, he ended up losing to Xiaofeng. "We came prepared this time. At the very least, we'll be able to dig up the majority of the treasures in these ruins." Ancient God Giant Spirit called out. "This old man has explored a few Heaven's legacy race ruins before." Next to him, an elder robed in violet clouds confidently smiled. At this moment, many of the Fey immortals from all directions noticed and rushed over, seeking death. Ancient God Giant Spirit's body trembled, his physical strength shaking the heavens as golden flames wreaked havoc. A storm of golden flames that shook the heavens and earth swept out in all directions, causing the surrounding rubble and ruins to scatter in all directions. Those Yao gods weaker than rank 7 ancient god were blasted into nothingness before they could even get close to the group. Too powerful. The stronger Yao gods felt a deep sense of danger from ancient God Giant Spirit, and a hint of fear emerged in their hearts. At this moment, ancient God Giant Spirit jabbed out with his golden finger. Swoosh, swoosh. Several dazzling golden flames shot forward, piercing through the few surviving Yao gods in the distance. Ah! Their bodies were covered in golden flames as their bodies began to disintegrate and eventually turn to ash. A rank 8 ancient god truly is extraordinary. Ancient God Gilded Gold mentally sighed in amazement. Prepared to explore. Once everything was taken care of, ancient God Giant Spirit indifferently said, "It seems like someone else has been here before." The violet-robed elder whispered after observing the area. "That's perfect. We'll have them scout the path ahead." Ancient God Giant Spirit's expression remained unchanged. The Blazing Gold Race group found an entrance and entered. Chapter 1302. The Blazing Gold Race entered a small path that was completely unobstructed. The traps and arrays on this path have all been broken. If we continue down this path, it'll be almost impossible to get anything out of it. At a certain point, the violet-robed elder of the Blazing Gold Race stopped. "They shouldn't have too many people, right?" Ancient God Gilded Gold asked. The Blazing Gold Race had sent mostly rank 7 ancient gods this time, and their leader was the rank 8 ancient God Giant Spirit. based on what ancient god Gilded Gold had said. No treasure that could tempt higher-level ancient gods had appeared in these ruins. Moreover, these ruins were in the territory of the five-star faction, Divine Triocean. The Blazing Gold race could not brazenly lead so many experts and upper echelon members deep into the territory of another five-star faction. This would only expose the ruins. In the end, the Blazing Gold race sent a team of rank 7 ancient gods, led by a rank 8 ancient god. Naturally, based on this old man's observations, they don't have more than 5 people. The violet-robed elder grinned. Everything they've obtained belongs to the Blazing Gold race. Ancient god-giant spirit's eyes flashed with golden light. His meaning was extremely clear. They would slowly proceed deeper into the ruins. If they encountered anyone else, they would kill them and take their treasures. The space in these ruins was extremely unstable. If a rank 9 ancient god entered, they might not even be able to safely survive. Thus, the members of the Blazing Gold race speculated that they would never encounter a rank 9 ancient god. As the 21st ranked race of the 10,000 ancient races, they had many people and could do whatever they wanted in these ruins. Underground, Zhao Feng's group cautiously continued forward. Compared to the Yao gods outside the ruins, the dangers within the ruins came from the traps. There's a strange smell. At this moment, the beautiful girl's nose twitched as she spoke. It just so happened that there were 2 forks in the road nearby. Based on the distribution of traps, that direction seems to be an important point, Ancient God Black Extreme said. The direction he pointed in was roughly the same as the source of the smell that the beautiful girl had smelt. The group then changed directions. They didn't take long before the path began to widen. At the very front, a massive violet crystal door appeared. This amethyst door was the largest one they had seen so far. Through the enchantment on the amethyst stone door, he could vaguely see the scene behind. Inside was a huge circular space, and there were many crystal boxes embedded in the space. The boxes were filled with different colored soil, and the soil was planted with all kinds of strange flowers and plants. In addition, there were many large instruments and props that no one had ever seen before. However, because the circular space had collapsed, most of the items inside were destroyed and buried. Many of the crystal boxes embedded in the surroundings were damaged or destroyed. The plants planted in them had long since withered, leaving only some withered branches and withered leaves. However, there were still 2 crystal boxes that had been perfectly preserved. Some of the materials even gave off spiritual energy and gave off a strange glow. That's the rainbow reincarnation herb. The beautiful young woman cried out in alarm. Of the 8 great god-eye descendants, the Eye of Destiny was the most difficult to advance in cultivation, followed by the Eye of Samsara. This was because the power of these 2 eyes was simply too difficult to comprehend. For example, in the continent zone, Sacred King Samsara, who had once fought with Zhao Feng, had constantly hunted down reincarnated people in order to increase his cultivation and steal Samsara energy from their bodies. Heaven, illusionary sacred spirit mushroom, and 1,000 wheel karma fruit. The usually calm Lin Chengwu's eyes widened as he stared at the resources in the space behind the enchantment. Ancient God Black Extreme. Hurry and break the enchantment. The beautiful young woman was rather impatient. On their journey here, they had only encountered matters related to death intent. But now, she was seeing the cultivation treasure that she had been dreaming of. Zhao Feng's left eye could see through everything, allowing him to clearly observe the situation in the crystal box and confirm that it was real. Zhao Feng was currently cultivating many intents. So many of the items in the crystal box would be extremely useful to him. Don't be in such a rush. The mechanisms and arrays here are much more profound than those in the previous one. They won't be broken in a short time. Ancient God Black Extreme appeared rather calm. He took out the black stone plate and began to carefully study the mysteries of the violet crystal door. If this place hadn't been destroyed, the cultivation resources inside would be enough to rival all the wealth of a rank 9 ancient god. After a moment of excitement, the beautiful young woman emotionally sighed. There were more than 20 crystal boxes in this dimension, but all of them had been damaged. Only 2 remained. While ancient god Black Extreme was breaking the violet crystal door, the group seated themselves cross-legged and began to recover their energy. Although the dimension behind the violet crystal door contained valuable treasures, it was also bound to contain unpredictable dangers. "It's done!" After a long while, ancient god Black Extreme suddenly spoke. "Okay, what do we need to do?" The beautiful young woman immediately asked. "It's a little different from before. This array has 5 critical points." Ancient god Black Extreme gave a simple explanation. The beautiful young woman immediately summoned her 2 samsara immortal bodies. Ancient god Black Extreme then began to break the mechanism. When the complex and incomprehensible patterns around the violet crystal door began to flash with light, it meant that the mechanism had been broken. Boom! Bang! At the same time, the group attacked the 5 critical points of the array and instantly broke the barrier. This time, they did not rush in, but carefully stepped in. "There doesn't seem to be any danger here." Lin Changu carefully scanned the area and then said. But at this moment, a massive boom came from the right side of the dimension. "What's going on?" The beautiful young woman immediately revealed a wary expression. This boom was accompanied by powerful ripples of energy. Everyone scanned the area with their divine senses, and they immediately paled. "There's someone else." Lin Qingwu called out. The place where the boom had come from happened to be hidden by the ruins, so no one noticed what was going on. In truth, while Lin Qingwu's group was breaking the array, there was another entrance on the right side, and there was a group outside that was in the middle of breaking the array. Whoosh! 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 3 figures suddenly appeared in this dimension. The gazes of the 2 groups instantly clashed. "There's someone else here." An azure-robed elder in the group had an unkind gaze. "It's him." Zhao Feng's eyes focused on one of the black-clothed men. This middle-aged man only had a single right eye, the eye of myriad forms. This was the person Zhao Feng had accidentally encountered when he visited the life-sacred land. Back then, this one-eyed eye of myriad forms had even wanted to attack Zhao Feng. Haha! The one-eyed ancient god Profound Devil scanned Zhao Feng's group and coldly chuckled. "Zhao Feng!" A yellow-clothed youth in ancient god Profound Devil's group said in surprise. Zhao Feng glanced over and realized that this yellow-clothed youth was one of the many members of the Life Sacred Land team that had gone with him to the god Eye Assembly. "We have 4 people while you only have 3. Moreover, we were the ones who discovered this place first. I advise all of you to abandon this place." Ancient god Black Extreme was the first to step forward, a look of warning on his face. Lin Qingwu and the beautiful lady were just about to question ancient god Black Extreme. After all, they had all signed a contract that forbade them from revealing this matter. Only ancient god Black Extreme could have leaked this information. But when they heard ancient god Black Extreme's words, they said nothing. Although ancient god Black Extreme might have leaked the information, there was also a chance that someone else had also discovered these ruins. Haha! Although you have a lot of people, it seems like your strength is very mediocre. The azure-robed elder had a cunning look in his eyes and exuded the powerful energy of a peak rank 7. "Those crystal boxes can't be directly touched. If we can't get them, none of you can either." Ancient god Profound Devil chuckled. He was also a peak rank 7, even a little stronger than the azure-robed elder. These words caused the others to glance at the 2 crystal boxes. They truly were not simple and contained complicated mechanisms and secrets. The expressions of Lin Qingwu and the beautiful young woman turned slightly ugly. If ancient god Black Extreme went to dispel the array, The three of them would be no match for him. But if he insisted on attacking, they would not be able to completely drive him away. Don't be in such a rush. Ancient God Black Extreme messaged the members of his team and gave his suggestion. Since you are able to get here, you must have someone skilled in mechanisms and arrays. Why don't we work together to fight for the treasure in the crystal box? Ancient God Black Extreme smiled and said after obtaining the approval of his team members, "First break the crystal box, then fight over it." Ancient God Black Extreme's team had one more person, so they still had the advantage. I was thinking the same thing. Ancient God, Profound Devil, faintly smiled as he stepped forward. Then the people from the two squads who were proficient in mechanisms and formations came to the side of the crystal box. As for the other members of the two teams, they were watching each other's every move. If my guess is correct, that one-eyed eye of myriad forms should be the captain of that team. Zhao Feng's eyes dimmed as he guessed at something. Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil weren't very old, but the two of them had studied the mechanisms and arrays of the Heaven's legacy race and just so happened to be the captains of these two teams. In addition, Zhao Feng had seen a team of 4 people outside. This meant that there were other teams in these ruins as well. Zhao Feng couldn't help but be even more cautious. He sensed that this exploration of the ruins was not going to be simple. At this moment, a voice rang out in Zhao Feng's mind. "Master, that egg." It was the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon communicating with Zhao Feng through the Dark Heart Seal. The egg? Zhao Feng was at first dazed, but then he understood in shock. In the space-time robe dimension, not far from the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon, the gray and gloomy egg was faintly trembling. Extremely complicated silver characters and symbols would occasionally appear on the egg, moving in a strange pattern around it. Just what is this thieving cat? The Black Destruction Serpent Dragon had an extremely grave expression. Suddenly, the mysterious characters and symbols on the egg brightened, and a chaotic ancient bloodline energy began to seep out. This ancient bloodline energy, the Black Destruction Serpent Dragon's body went stiff. The weak Destruction Dragon race bloodline in its body almost froze in the face of this unknown ancient bloodline energy. Zhao Feng was just about to check on the space-time robe when Ancient God Black Extreme suddenly bellowed, "Do it!" The crystal walls above the 2 crystal boxes vanished. The extremely precious cultivation treasures were exposed in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 1303. The moment the 2 crystal boxes opened, Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil began to clash. On the other side, the members of both sides began to attack. The azure-robed elders' eyes immediately began to glow with golden light, and an energy that could destroy all things in the world began to seep out. Swish! Zhao Feng's figure flashed as he approached the crystal box. He had comprehended a relatively wide range of intents, and he also had 3 clones. Any one of the cultivation treasures here would be extremely useful to him. "Ha! Zhao Feng, let me test you out." The yellow-clothed youth from the Life Sacred Land activated the power in his body and the Eye of Life as he charged at Zhao Feng. The Eye of Life was one of the weaker 8 great god eyes in terms of fighting power, but it made it easier for one to grow in cultivation. This was because the majority of cultivation resources contained life intent. Thus, the yellow-clothed youth felt that everything here was suitable for him. Zhao Feng's expression darkened. When he first met up with the team from the Life Sacred Land, the yellow-clothed youth had already expressed his dissatisfaction. Zhao Feng had heard from Xiahou Wu that because he had refused the Life Sacred Land's invitation, many disciples and elders of the race didn't like Zhao Feng. Swish! Swish! Golden wings condensed on Zhao Feng's back. He used the golden lightning wings and spatial blink to avoid the yellow-clothed youth and approach the crystal boxes. "Humph, get out of my sight." Ancient God Profound Devil, who was fighting with Ancient God Black Extreme, activated his left eye, firing golden spears at Zhao Feng. So strong! Zhao Feng used the discernment ability of his left eye and his dodging skills to dodge the attack. Of the people present, the one-eyed ancient god Profound Devil was the strongest. After suppressing ancient god Black Extreme, he still had the strength to attack Zhao Feng. On the other side, Lin Qingguo and the azure-robed elder clashed. But not even Lin Qingguo, with his eye of space-time, had much of an advantage over the azure-robed elder. At the start, ancient god Profound Devil's team had the upper hand. Meanwhile, the three of them were doing their utmost to absorb the cultivation treasures in the crystal boxes. Although the crystal box was sturdy, the cultivation treasures inside could not withstand their attacks. Thus, everyone tried their best not to let the shock waves of the battle reach the crystal boxes. That way, it would be more difficult for them to obtain the cultivation treasures. At this moment, whoosh whoosh, several figures rushed to the battlefield. These were all the samsara immortal bodies of the beautiful young woman. One of them was a rather strong, rank 7 ancient god. One had just reached rank 7 ancient god, and the rest were rank 6 true gods. As for the beautiful young woman herself, she retreated to the rear and occasionally launched long-range sneak attacks against the enemy. The moment these samsara immortal bodies entered the fray, ancient god Profound Devil's side gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Myriad manifestation underworld domain. A rainbow-colored barrier of light appeared around ancient god Profound Devil, infused with the power of the world. It multiplied ancient god Profound Devil's fighting power and also provided him with an extremely powerful defense. Heaven and earth annihilation. The cyan-clothed old man's eyes spun rapidly. The destructive power of the Upanishad filled his field of vision, causing everything to slowly disappear. These two people are really strong. The beautiful young woman at the side exclaimed in surprise. But this was also because their opponents had a good lineup. Ancient god Profound Devil was skilled in defense. The azure-clothed elder was the strongest in offense, and the yellow-clothed youth Sigh of Life had formidable healing abilities. Forget about them. The beautiful young woman's gaze fell on the 7-colored reincarnation grass in the crystal box. She immediately took control of several of the stronger rank 6 samsara immortal bodies and made seizing the resource her primary objective. At this moment, a golden light flashed above the crystal box. The beautiful young woman saw that one of the cultivation treasures in the crystal box had vanished. Zhao Feng, that brat! A look of surprise appeared on the beautiful young woman's face. The person who had clashed with Zhao Feng was the yellow-clothed youth from the life-sacred land. But Zhao Feng didn't even fight. Instead, he constantly dodged and moved around the crystal box. Even when the golden-clothed man got close, Zhao Feng was able to escape each time. Whoosh! One of the young woman's samsara immortal bodies avoided the battle and approached the crystal box. At this moment, in a golden blur, Zhao Feng took out a 7-colored herb covered in many rings. My 7-colored reincarnation grass! The beautiful young woman screamed. Although she was in the same team as Zhao Feng, the way they divided up the treasures was based on their own skill. Damn, this person is too fast! The yellow-clothed youth was well aware that he couldn't do anything to Zhao Feng, so he didn't continue fighting with Zhao Feng and charged at the crystal box. This isn't yours! Zhao Feng saw that the yellow-clothed youth was no longer targeting him and was instead trying to take the treasure, so he immediately tried to stop him. Crack! A purple-silver lightning flame exploded against his soul. Zhao Feng then unleashed another palm to push back the youth and approach the crystal box. I'll also take the Heaven Void Sacred Spirit Fruit. Zhao Feng faintly chuckled as he plucked a small silver-white fruit and a dark golden fruit next to it. My void-extinguishing divine fruit! The azure-robed elder saw that the destruction intent cultivation treasure he had his eye on had been taken by Zhao Feng, and he was instantly enraged, destruction intent madly surging in his eyes. Lin Qinggu also had an extremely nasty expression. The heaven void sacred spirit fruit he needed had also been taken by Zhao Feng. How about we call a truce and peacefully divide up the treasures? Lin Qinggu silently messaged the azure-robed elder. The azure-robed elder was taken aback for a moment, but then he apparently agreed and messaged the yellow-clothed youth and ancient god, profound devil. The yellow-clothed youth of the life-sacred land was extremely depressed. In his fight with Zhao Feng, he had gained nothing and instead suffered losses time and time again. Thus, he decisively agreed. Everyone, we're no match for you. You get 60% of the treasures, while we get 40. How about this? Since all the members had agreed, ancient god Profound Devil could only speak. The beautiful girl and Zhao Feng were both taken aback. These people see that I've gotten too many benefits and want to negotiate? Zhao Feng couldn't help but feel depressed. But from the looks of it, Lin Qinggu and the beautiful girl would not refuse. He was just a member of the team. If the majority of the team agreed, there was nothing he could do. But at this moment, a powerful ancient bloodline energy suddenly appeared in the air. This bloodline energy caused the blood of everyone present to freeze and their minds to tremble. Ordinary 8 great god eye descendants were only equivalent to the top 40 bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. Quasi-god eyes were equivalent to the top 20 bloodlines of the 10,000 ancient races. But now, this unique and unknown primordial bloodline aura caused everyone present to feel a powerful bloodline pressure. Some other powerful race has come here? Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil were both alarmed. The people they invited were all descendants with eye bloodlines. Besides the 8 great god eyes, was there any other eye bloodline that could have such a powerful impact on their bloodlines? Dish! A dark silver light shot out, and a figure appeared in the crystal box. A cat! The azure-robed elder, the yellow-robed youth, and the others all stared in surprise at the silver-gray cat in the crystal box. The cat's skin was dark gray, and its limbs were slender and strong. The only difference between it and an ordinary cat was that this gray, thieving cat's limbs and the roots of its tail were covered with many bright silver runes and cryptic characters, which made it look more mysterious and supernatural. Meow. The little thieving cat looked at the group and snickered, its tail covered in silver runes and characters twisting and turning like a crystalline whip. Little thieving cat. Zhao Feng's expression froze. The cat before him was rather different from the little thieving cat of the past, as if it had grown up. If not for the contract, Zhao Feng almost wouldn't have recognized it. But at the same time, Zhao Feng was astonished. The little thieving cat's transformation this time was probably no small matter. The aura of the primordial bloodline that shocked everyone just now was indeed extraordinary. But even though the little thieving cat had undergone some unknown transformation, its thieving face remained the same. Heaven's legacy! Ancient God Black Extreme's face froze in shock. On the other side, Ancient God Profound Devil's expression flickered several times. He knows about the Heaven's legacy cat. Zhao Feng glanced at Ancient God Black Extreme. Zhao Feng had only heard about the Heaven's legacy cat from the automatons in the Heaven's legacy city. But now, Ancient God Black Extreme actually knew about the Heaven's legacy cat. Although Ancient God Profound Devil didn't say it out loud, his expression showed that he knew. Meow. The little thieving cat put on a thieving look, and then it opened its mouth and swallowed a precious fruit. Damn, where did this cat come from? The azure-robed elder immediately bellowed. This thieving cat had actually stolen such a precious cultivation resource. Lin Qinggu turned his gaze to Zhao Feng. Just now, he sensed a faint spatial ripple coming from Zhao Feng's direction. This cat's bloodline is so extraordinary. If I could take it as a pet, the beautiful girl began to make this decision. Meow. The little thieving cat appeared confused, as if to say, these idiots are actually ignoring it? The little thieving cat waved its slender paw, and a snow-white mushroom appeared in its hand, which it immediately swallowed. Swish! The little thieving cat blinked to the side, and with a sweep of its mouth, the 5 resources vanished. Not good. This gluttonous thieving cat. The yellow-clothed youth immediately bellowed. The beautiful girl, the azure-robed elder, and Lin Qinggu were all shocked and furious. In their desperate struggle, each person had obtained 1 or 2 treasures at most. But the moment the little thieving cat appeared, it swallowed several priceless cultivation treasures and showed no signs of stopping. Only Ancient God Black Extreme and Ancient God Profound Devil had pensive looks on their faces as they stood there, their thoughts inscrutable. This scoundrel! Zhao Feng slapped his forehead. The little thieving cat's actions immediately infuriated both sides. But the little thieving cat was not very big, and it was in the crystal box, so they did not immediately use their most powerful attacks to avoid destroying the cultivation treasures. Swish! Swish! Lin Chenggu blinked away as he approached the crystal box. Spatial flash blade. Lin Chenggu activated his left eye, locked onto the little thieving cat, and unleashed a spatial eye bloodline technique. Dish! A small white blade appeared next to the little thieving cat, on the verge of piercing through its body. But then an unexpected scene occurred. The small white blade passed right through the little thieving cat's body, leaving not a single mark. Dish! The white blade plunged into a special layer of dirt and struck the crystal wall, leaving behind a shallow mark. The little thieving cat gave a lowly smile as it leaped up and down, swallowing 4 or 5 cultivation treasures.